is huge domination now. Barrel on the left-hand side. GG, well played.
Let's go.
Oh my word. Takes it. 11:07 to 10:10. He just hit the nail.
Day 2, y'all.
This thing just switched on its head in a matter of seconds.
Taking the most important best of 3 we've seen today.
CRL World Finals starts now.
Let's go.
Day 1 was absolutely electric here at the CRL 2025 World Finals at DreamHack Atlanta. We had last-second lightning finishes, a near perfect second round from our players with the first round bye. We had Evo Skelly send players home, eliminating 2. The GOAT had the only match where someone took 0 damage, and our 2 other World finalists find themselves in the lower bracket, which is where we start day 2. Hello, everybody. I'm Andrew Guy, joined here by Joshua AC Sharon. And
let's
we are back
go!
for day 2 of the CRL 2025 World Finals at DreamHack Atlanta. Josh, yesterday was absolutely insane. What are some of the biggest things that stood out to you from day 1?
I mean, obviously, a lot of these players are playing perfectly. You know, so often we're talking about the nerves, the hands are shaking, all these kind of things. We didn't have to do that today. You know, there was 1 or 2 matches where, okay, maybe you could have done one thing differently. Usually we're talking about an entire game. This time it was just, there was 1 mistake. That's the reason why we lost. The skill level, these players are fantastic.
Absolutely. We had a lot of upsets yesterday. We had a lot of players doing exactly what you expected, and we're so excited to pick off right where we left off in the lower bracket. 4 players battling for their lives. As quickly as the day is going to begin, we will already be sending 2 of those players home.
Damn.
But of course, before we get into that action, we have to remind all of you at home who is here, how they got here, and how they're going to get through the day. Talk to me about our format, AC.
Here we go.
That's right. We started with 12 players, a double elimination bracket. You lose, you get sent down to the lower bracket, but you still got a chance. Matches are best of 3 until the lower bracket final, upper bracket final, and grand final, which are going to be best of 5. We love the addition of the best of 5 inside Clash Royale. And the last player standing, you get a lot of money, and you get to...
Wait, there's BO5s today?
Trophy.
Absolutely. Obviously, holding the trophy is the prize that all these players are really here for. But when you
lower bracket finals, upper bracket finals, grand finals,
$1 million in that prize pot. We already gave away
$20,000. That's good. That's good.
The next 2 players will be given $10,000 each. Moving up, we talk about matches. $5,000 for this match, $20,000 for this match. When you talk about 3rd place to 2nd place, that is a $50,000 match. And of course, our grand finals, that is a $100,000 best of 5. Absolutely insane when you talk about the level of competition here, the pressure, and this incredible crowd that we have in Atlanta that has been electric from the moment that we started.
Yeah, I mean, look, $200,000, that's a pretty penny. And we saw some of the answers. It was like, yes, I want to buy a house. Some of the answers were like, I want to buy sushi. It's cool to see how many, you know, it's great to see the personalities that we're seeing this year.
And you can buy a lot of sushi with $200,000. Talking about our bracket and the day that we went through yesterday, it was absolutely stunning from start to finish. When you talk about
it's gonna be a peak day, chat.
The world champion, AC, talk me through some of these matches.
Yeah, I mean, Muhammad Light went 2-0 against Sandbox, and Sandbox really
be a good day, y'all.
Against Igor. I mean, you know, whoever wins is really going to impress every single time.
Look at that, chat. There's the upper bracket.
Sub went 2-0. Sub is definitely one of those players where it's like you really have to watch out for him. Yes. I mean, he is just so consistent, and Frontier Guard really showed up yesterday. I was so impressed by his games yesterday, and yeah, I mean, we could talk about every single one.
Yeah, and maybe the MVP on the day. I heard it in the crowd. I saw it in the comments. Everyone was so impressed, including us forecasters, by Adriel. But when we talk about where we're starting today, Ian77, Vitor, they're going to be our first match.
Yeah, Adriel did good.
Igor/Casualty going up against Lucas X Gamer, and then of course later on we'll be getting to Sandbox, who you mentioned just a moment ago. Sandbox is literally going from world champion to world champion to world finalist to world champion in his first 4 matches. Absolutely insane. That's then, though, talking about right now, Ian77, the only American in the mix.
Ian's about to play?
Vitor, who was upset yesterday
Ian plays
by
first?
an incredibly impressive Frontier Guard. So we are going to get to our predictions in just a moment. But remember, you can get your predictions in as well. Event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. That's how you get your badge, your spectator badge in 2025. That's how you get the Evo Skelly emote. So if you haven't put in your predictions, if you haven't been getting those points,
I want to get that badge.
what are you doing? You've got a day and a half. Let's go. Let's go. Talking about our predictions, I did absolutely horrid yesterday. It was an abomination. But talking about this very first match, I went with Ian 77.
Oh, you can just log in.
Yeah, Ian 77, obviously. Look, he got the first round by. He only had to showcase a couple decks, so there's just so many benefits for him. The crowd is loving him. I really think Ian has to be the big favorite in this opening set.
Well, there's only one way to find out who all of the predictions are, and that is right here. Boom. You're going Ian. I'm going Ian. We're all going with Ian. Not we'll see. We'll see. Vitor might not be too happy about that, but there's only one way to figure that out. Rich, give us our first match of day 2.
Oh, shoot.
I'm here in front of the best crowd in Clash Royale. Let's get things going. 3 years ago, this player broke out on the scene with his first ever #1 finish. Today, he's here for something greater. Atlanta, make it loud for Ian 77!
Ian! I'm signing into that thing to get the spectator badge.
His opponent has been a fixture in Clash Royale League since 2020. And now he's a part of the elite 5-time World Finalist club. DreamHack, make some noise for Vitor 75!
All right, Chad, Ian versus Vitor. Mods run the predictions, man. I got Ian. I hope Ian wins, bro.
Starting your day with a chance to get a ticket set.
Chad, unfortunately, if Ian loses, he's going home, bro. So let's hope he wins.
Here, of course, Ian, like I said, the only American here, has a lot of fans in the crowd. He was even saying through our incredibly strong noise-canceling headphones that he could still hear the roars from the crowd when he was making great plays, not in a distracting way, but more of an inspiring way. And that's kind of where I want to start talking about why I went with Ian here over Vitor. I love Vitor. I've been a fan of him for so long, fan of Ian, but yesterday I ran into both of them, and Ian was still in such bright, confident spirits.
How does he do it?
I have no idea. Honestly, he came out, didn't go the way he wanted. He was swept 0-2.
Come on, Ian!
Lower bracket, only appearance in day 1. But when we ran into the lobby yesterday, he was still feeling great, excited about his chance.
Come on, Ian! Come on!
Very confident about it. Vitor, on the other hand, he was locked in. He was practicing from the moment that I saw him right after till.
Chad, I hope
who
Ian
knows how
wins,
late
bro.
that practice kept going.
Chad, what are y'all betting on? Let me see.
100% just in the room until probably 2
I wanna see
a.m.
what y'all are
wakes
betting
up.
on.
Probably only got like 4 hours of sleep and probably practicing again. I do love to see what I'm seeing from both of these players. And it's kind of what we expect.
Okay,
Vitor,
majority of you guys are voting on
make
Ian.
sure that he's getting himself ready for the next set. And then Ian, I mean, he's just... You've talked about it, the golden retriever energy.
Yeah.
It's just so awesome to talk to him, so awesome to meet him.
It's infectious too,
It's
and
so
it's such a great
infectious.
way.
They start in
After
2 minutes,
meeting him,
55
after
seconds.
seeing him yesterday, I was like, wow, he had to have won, right? Like, there's no way he lost and he's still looking like this.
So you see here, LCQ through the lower bracket was Vitor. Just to let you know, just because he's down.
5-time
he's not
world
out. And of course,
finalist,
Ian, the
Vitor.
Dragon League winner. He let everyone know in 2025 he was here. He was going to be at World Finals. The wish of being a world finalist was in the past, and now the wish of being a world champion could be in the near future. 2 different stories though yesterday when you talk about Ian going up against Adriel. Literally 2 games decided by last-second lightnings. Josh, you were on the desk for that match. Talk to me a little bit about how that was. Obviously, Ian's doesn't land in game 1, Adriel's does in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably the best set that we saw all day yesterday.
Come on,
and it
Ian!
was only 2 games. You know how difficult that is to actually
Dude, I
pull
hope he
that
wins,
off?
y'all.
I mean, Adriel played fantastic, but Ian also did as well. The second game, he started off so slow, and that's the reason why Adriel was able to walk away with it. But like once he kind of figured it out,
I'm nervous,
it
bro.
felt like he kind of figured it out.
They start in a minute.
It really didn't feel like, okay, yes, he's gonna lose that opening set. But now I'm thinking every single set that we're gonna see from him today and probably tomorrow.
Bro, Ian did good like all year
was the
in
name of the game for a lot of day one.
in like qualifiers, in ladder,
came out
in like everything. So I feel like
by what had happened.
Ian is definitely a top competitor in the tournament
game
for
number
sure.
2, and then game number 3, Frontier locked down and sent Vitor to the lower bracket. A big upset there, but Vitor, as you saw, went through that lower bracket, and it sounds like now we're gonna get back to the predictions. We saw what all of ours were. We were all at Ian 77. Now, what did you guys have to say at home? And I feel like it's probably going to be about the same. Yeah, even though Vitor is a 5-time world finalist, we don't know if this is just a bit of favoritism or if maybe they ran into the golden retriever in the lobby as well, saw how positive he was feeling, and went with Ian at a 70-30. Remember, event.supercell.com/Clash Royale.
Yeah, chat, make sure you vote on that so you can get the badge.
Those rewards. Now, just because the fans and us believe that Ian's going to take this, that does not mean that Vitor is out of this fight at all. We saw him bounce back yesterday.
Vitor could
As we
definitely
talked about,
win.
He did it in the
I just hope Ian wins. Vitor's really
it's
good.
just about locking in and playing his game.
All right, chat, what deck do you think they're going to play first?
Point out, because that is, I mean, it's in the name. Last chance qualifier. You have no more opportunities. Everybody else, you know, they're getting through points and getting the golden tickets. The last chance qualifier is probably the most difficult way to enter this tournament. And so you just have to know that when the pressure is on, he can deliver.
And remember, we talked about this yesterday as well. He went through Clown, he went through Wallace, he went through Coco, and he was able to beat Viper in a back-to-back Grand Finals reset. So when you talk about pressure, this is a guy that has always been able to handle it. And feeling the pressure right now as Game 1 is just about to start. Very excited for CRL 2025 World Finals, Day 2, Match 1, Ian versus Vitor. And there's the crowd. The crowd has been
Ian.
so amazing these couple of days.
Ian already started off with the Cannoneer instead of the Princess Tower, and cycling the Royal Ghost. I already love Ian 77's deck.
Ian.
Yep, most likely going to Mortar. This is a very popular Mortar deck that's been played out there, usually with Goblin Stein. We've seen it with arrows. We've seen it with Lightning. Feels like
what is Vitor using?
Usually the
Goblin
best way
Drill?
to go. But actually, he's going to run a different version. There is an Evo Skarmy version out there
Oh,
as well.
no.
Not quite as popular.
Cannoneer is terrible against Goblin Drill.
And obviously, I'm excited to see Mortar in game number 1.
And Ian, I believe he's probably just recognizing the matchup early on, going with the Mother Witch super high. It's usually we see it cycle behind the crown or the King Tower. It's okay if you're giving up fireball damage early. Right there, just cycles it so high. Not sure how I'm feeling about that.
And a lot of responses to Drill here. When you see the Ghost, you see the Skeleton King, and you see that Skarmy. So something that Vitor is going to have to think about.
Activates the ability with the Skeleton King, trying to take out the Berserker, and will just about do that. The Cannoneer should be able to take it out cleanly, and it does.
Wow.
Nice.
The surround.
He messed up.
He messed
up.
Fire Spirit though
nice.
comes out for Vitor to clean up.
That's a lot of damage.
But we do
nice.
Lock here.
Yeah.
Ian taking a look up, going, "All right, buddy, here we go."
Yeah, just because you aren't ready doesn't mean I'm not ready. And there we go. Cannoneer takes out the left side perfectly. Evo Snowball going to get a lot of damage. And now all of a sudden, Vitor takes the lead.
Yeah, back to, or already cycled to that very first Evo Snowball, throws it on top of that Skelly King. Ian has to take some damage to give some and finds himself, I mean, technically in about the same, or a little bit in the lead, right? It's about a 400 HP difference when those towers start.
Yeah, it's always weird talking about who's in the lead, who isn't. Right there.
Oh, good ability.
3 elixir for Vitor, and he's
Evo goes.
Snowball off.
Nice. Mother Witch. Mother Witch.
Target. Mother Witch retarget.
Yes.
Skellies to make piggies, excuse me, and that tower is down below 1,000 HP already. 50 seconds remain in regulation.
Yeah, and now he has the Evo Skarmy in cycle as well. Miner going to go on top of the Crown Tower, and he's probably going to be able to Vines once again. So Vitor needs to think of an answer, and he will.
Those Vines, they really can catch you off guard. We saw it happen yesterday to Sam, where in one Evo Skeleton got away. Sandbox pulls the trigger on the Vines last second. That's GG, well played. Right now, Ian using the Vines to his favor. 5:17 remains on Vitor's tower. Only 20 seconds remain in regulation.
Yeah, and Vitor's making it way too easy to defend with the Skeleton Kings. He's stopping the Drill, plus the Berserker, plus the Fire Spirit, and still being able to get offensive pressure with it. Vitor needed to set up differently on offense, and that's why Ian is in this lead.
Ian drops the Minion Horde. Last card out. only spell he has.
Oh my goodness, it locks.
And it locks.
Nice!
104.
Minor plus vines.
Not enough. But a minor plus some vines is going to bring it pretty dang close.
Ian needs to catch it. Is Vitor going in with the prediction vines? He's not going to be able to defend. Forces out the Evo Snowball. The Fire Spirit is down. It doesn't.
Yes!
And you can see Ian looking at the crowd.
Let's go, Ian! Let's go!
Feeling the energy from the room.
I mean, I'm thinking he's looking up a little bit too often.
Let's go, Ian!
He's got to lock in, brother. Lock in. But you know what?
Over.
It's one of those things, when you know you've made a big play, you know your opponent doesn't have a response, or you know you got one on over your opponent, he's looking up to the crowd to let them know he appreciates them being here. Vitor now one loss away from his 2025 CRL run coming to an end.
Yeah, Ian 77 just playing absolutely lights out.
Let's
I love how he was
go!
setting everything up. The Skeleton King on defense was way too easy for him.
Yep.
He was getting offensive pressure, the offensive vines to take care of the tower, plus bomber,
Nice,
and then,
Ian.
oh my goodness, you're not playing anything.
Chad, that was a really good start.
It was just a little
Really
too
good
simple
start,
for him.
chat. Really
I
good.
feel like it just went wrong for Vitor from the very get-go.
Yeah, I mean,
Jack,
I
what do you
think maybe
mean
it comes
move
down
mouse?
to he didn't recognize the deck that Ian was running, and
Bro,
so
do y'all have like ADD, bro? Bro, what?
you think it gets a ton of value every single time, but it's not getting
Move
enough.
mouse.
You don't have that true that true tank killer or anything. You would have loved a better card for those Skeleton Kings because he was always defending with the Berserker plus Snowball, and all of a sudden...
I mean, you don't have a true tank, right?
Yeah.
You just have the Berserker and Skellies, and when you're talking about dealing with something like the Royal Ghost and something like a Skeleton King, it's going to be very, very difficult to lock them down. And Ian just kept up the pressure. Mother Witch got some targets, even though it didn't seem like there was a lot of, swarmy targets to go after. Held the minion horde till the very end.
Nice win,
and it was just
Ian.
very, very clean from top to bottom.
Yeah, I love the...
Chat, I'm gonna go piss. I'll be back.
He really recognized early on, he's got the Evo Snowball, the Tesla, the Fire Spirit. I can't do anything with this. I'm just going to hold it. That was so smart by Ian.
And I also like this Mortar deck specifically. You're using some of the cards that we're not seeing used as much yesterday. We didn't see a whole lot of Evo Skarmy. We didn't see a whole lot of Mother Witch using Vines early on. So he's still got a lot of the most popular cards in the meta available to his disposal, at his disposal. So really like this deck choice in game number 1 from Ishmael and Ian.
Yeah, and now we really need to talk about Vitor. I mean, what does he have to do in order to get himself back in this tournament, really?
I mean, it really felt like for me that he was just feeling the nerves, right? It felt like he never kind of got comfortable, whereas Ian came out swinging. And that's like what we were saying just a little bit ago, was aggression was the name of the game in day 1. We saw a lot of players just go hyper aggressive. I think some players, including Vitor himself, and maybe that's what Ian, I actually even have that written down, was that Vitor was feeling the pressure yesterday from Frontier Guard, maybe being surprised that he was feeling so confident. I feel like he might almost be in the exact same boat today, maybe thinking Ian was also feeling the stress or the pressure of the crowd, the fact that he's up against elimination already on day 2, the beginning of day 2, excuse me, in his very first run, and Ian goes, no, not feeling it, feeling the crowd, I'm gonna come right at you.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous how little pressure Ian is feeling so far, and I mean, that's really what comes down. I mean, when you are a content creator, it's so important to be able to just not worry about anything. This is my game, I'm playing it.
That's right, he's used to a big crowd watching him, which is what we got here. Game 2 coming your way right now. Ian, can he move on in the lower bracket, or will Vitor push this to a game 3?
Good Mother Witch, going to be able to spawn 3 little piggies. The cannon should be able to defend properly. And Vitor just going to be waiting, and he's going to be messing around with one of those.
Let's say Ian looks like he's running hog, which is, and you look at him, like, he even knows the crowd is here for it. I mean, that's when you know, right? You're just like, this is my win condition. I'm going to play hog for you guys. And he keeps looking up at that crowd. And like you said, Josh, I like the showmanship, but I hope that he doesn't get distracted.
Yeah, and that is what happens. Firecracker on the left side should be able to take care of most of the zappies with the help of the bar barrel. He recognizes Vitor shouldn't have a lot of elixir, and the Fisherman to pull it to the King Tower. Good Fisherman from Vitor, but I don't know. Ian just looks like he knows this matchup so perfectly. He's just not worried.
Chat, I'm back.
Ian, one of the first people to complete the
Chat, this is the
20-win
best
challenge
snack
with
in the
Huggy
world,
Q's,
bro.
saying
Best
that
snack
his
in the
video that
world,
Huggy Q
dude.
is not as popular as it has been. Not seeing a lot of it in the 20-win challenge.
Oh,
And
Ian's
he
using
did it,
his
and then I started
hog.
to see a lot more of it. I don't know if those things
I watched that same
correspond.
YouTube video. It was a great video.
Yeah, he's a great content creator. So here we go early on. Things pretty close. Did get a hog hit in, but it did have to sacrifice a King Tower activation. And this is also interesting because Vitor and his coach are known to go beat down after losing game 1. So I wonder if this is a deck that Ian feels incredibly confident with, getting another hog hit or 2 in, and he's got a decent counter push on the right-hand side.
Yeah, beautiful setup from Ian. He's not going to go with the cannon low. Instead, he's going to.
I feel like the reason why Ian's so good at hog,
protect himself,
or why he's the best hog player, is because he always hogs at like the perfect time.
Take it out, and the Mighty Miner plus Skelly's going to.
He always knows when to hog.
Skelly's come down to clean up that zappy. Really like that play there, just to make sure the Mighty Miner doesn't lose too much HP. Now going back in, going to have to get that Fish Boy in, and pulls it right back to the Giant Skelly. I don't know if that's going to be enough.
One more.
DPS. Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, the slow from the Fisherman saves him, and the Evo Cannon plus Firecracker plus E-Spirit. I mean, his micro is just beautiful. I
mean, when you get to play your comfort on the biggest stage in the world, it's very difficult for your opponent, right? Especially when you find yourself in a decent matchup, and the crowd is loving it. 1784, another hog hit in.
Bro, he's so good at hog.
Tower for Ian, 2652. This is the guy that everyone was expecting to see yesterday.
Yeah, and right there, he gets the Skellies in time. I mean, Ian is playing this perfectly. We know how talented he is with this. We expect
him Ian!
To do it on the stage is something else.
The prediction, EQ! Ian looks up to the crowd. He knows.
Let's go, Ian!
And you can see right there on Vitor's face, he knows it's over.
I mean, Ian just cycling the bar barrel right there, trying to get himself to another couple Earthquakes. Might go in with the hogs, but instead just going to defend. He just looks so comfortable.
And Mother Witch right there looking for those Skellies that might come out. Instead of bar barrel comes out. There is the bomb for the Mighty Miner. A little bit of a push here, but very manageable for Ian.
Yeah, right here, a little bit going on.
Yeah, a little dicey, actually.
The Mighty Miner going to be able to take out the Mother
Witch. Earthquake.
Down to 1143.
Let's go, Ian!
He's going to try and pull the trick that
he's so good, bro.
Pulls off all the time, but we're going to see if he actually wants to defend, and he will.
There's just no way to get through this AC with the amount of damage that needs to be done by Vitor. The EQ
here
cycle.
It is, the cycle.
That's going to do it. And Ian does it with his comfort deck to stay alive.
Yes! Yes, Ian! Yes!
World Finals run.
He's so good with hog, bro. He's the best hog player of all time.
And the crowd is absolutely loving it. Ian is loving the crowd. This is the moment he wanted.
Bro, I feel like
being the great.
I feel bad for Vitor, bro, because Vitor just lost.
Hand, and he says goodbye to the CRL 2025 World Finals stage. And Ian,
he just
feeling the love that you can
did he just say what I think he just said? Ian,
like this, Rich. We got one American. Let's hear what he has to say to this crowd.
I'm here with your winner, Ian77. Ian, you had a tough day out today, but right now you just got the biggest pop maybe we've ever heard in Clash Royale since 2019. Tell me how this crowd is making you feel right now.
Dude, honestly insane, man. I'm blown away by all the support. Like yesterday I was backstage, bro. I almost shed a tear, bro. I was like so grateful I could be here, and for all of you guys.
W, Ian.
Yeah, all praise to God, man. All praise to God.
W, Ian.
So game number 1, you went a little unorthodox with your mortar pick, but then game number 2, the crowd pleaser. You come out with hog.
Best hog player, bro.
That choice for game 2.
Well, honestly, it was kind of unprepared for. I didn't even plan to use hog EQ in this set, but I just randomly went for it on the spot. I didn't really have an obvious pick, so I just felt like I could outplay people with my comfort, and the mortar deck was a really nice variation. It had, like, you know, Ghost and Skelly King for the drill, so it went really well.
Okay, so you got the win under your belt, obviously feeling way more comfortable. How are you seeing your prospects for this world title?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, I just had to loosen up on that first match, you know, just had to get used to this stage, but I feel very dialed in now on this stage, and yeah, I'm feeling good, you know? I'm feeling a lower bracket run coming.
We're all excited to see it. Everybody, one more time, Ian77!
Let's go, Ian.
The best things about the World Finals and our monthly finals is that best of 3, and it is the double elimination, right? That is such a great mentality that Ian had there, and that's what he said yesterday when we talked to him, is just because you dropped the first game, your tournament run is still going. He was able to get those jitters out.
I'm so fucking happy that Ian won.
I mean, imagine, right? You're going to have those nerves when you've never been on this stage.
Like, I hope Ian goes so far.
Doesn't get what he wants, gets us some nail-biting games against Adriel, then comes out day 2 with dominance. gets the crowd and uses it to his advantage instead of feeling the pressure from it.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a difficult thing to do, but he did it, and you have to assume that Vitor was thinking that the entire time. Every single hog hit was, whoa, coming from the crowd, and that is just so tough when you are his opponent.
And the predictions from Ian were absolutely beautiful, whether it was looking for, you know, the Skellies to block the Fish Boy, whether it was the EQ on top of the Skarmy, everything was just so clean. Or even predicting that your opponent's gonna play something like a Mother Witch and then defending differently. So you play your comfort, you play it perfectly. You see here in game number 1, this is exactly.
Chad, y'all seen the deck Vitor was using? Giant Skeleton, Royal Giant, that's weird.
Quickly on, I can't use the Minion Horde, I have to use the Skeleton King for every single drill, and I go aggressive with the Skarmy, the Ghost, and the Mortar. I mean, it just went to perfection in both of those games, but especially game number 1. This is a weird matchup. It's not one that you can just tell right off the bat, this player is gonna win. It's kind of 50-50 who's gonna play it better. And I mean, game 1, we saw him play it better. Game 2, we saw him play it perfect.
So now 3 players have been eliminated, and that's the name of the game. We are huge fans of Vitor, but his run does come to an end here in 2025, along with Frontier Guard and OP Sam. Next up, we have Lucas X Gamer going against
3 people are already eliminated.
In Casualty/Igor, of course, winning that World Championship back in 2019 with Team Liquid. And this is a very steep match as well. I mean, we were talking about it on broadcast yesterday. It's crazy because even if you win in round 1,
Lucas
you can still be
versus
up for
Kazardi, who do you got, bro?
Round.
Yeah, I mean, it's so brutal, and you know, that's how these tournaments are.
Chad, I got time for a little ladder game. Chad, should I play a little ladder game or what? I want to try the deck that Vitor was using. Chad, who do you got, Lucas or Kazardi? Chad, should I play a ladder game? Why are y'all typing no? I have time for one. It's 6 minutes. It starts in 6 minutes. Dude, I want to use the deck that the pro was using. Chat, I want to use the deck that all the pros use, bro. It's the RG deck. Oh no, I forgot my account's glitched. Dude, I forgot my account is glitched, bro. You are not pro? Yeah, I know, but I want to be pro. Chat, I want to be pro. I want to be pro. Chat, hold up. I'm going to get my phone. Chat, I'm about to use the deck that all the pros use, bro. Chat, I'm about to use the deck that all the pros use. All right, listen.
I'm CRL caster Rich Slick
here
with the
two-time
Clash Royale League World Champion, Moogie. Moogie, there's only been two
Moogie,
solo
Aura
World
interview,
champions in CRL history, you and Mohamed Light. Why do you think that is, and what sets you two apart?
モハメド・ライトと僕はオフラインでの勝負強さとかもそうだと思うんですけど、やはり常に冷静でプレイできるのは個人的には強みかなと感じてます。
Moogie, you have the chance to be the only 3-time world champion in the history of this game. Do you give any thought to your legacy in Clash Royale?
自身が初めての3度目のチャンピオンになるために、すごいやっぱそれは個人的にも大きなものだと感じるので、絶対に取りたいと思っています。
You have a reputation amongst other pros for grinding the least out of all the
Yes, he does. He does.
Is that true, and how do you
He's like Messi, bro.
最も練習が少ないという噂は昔は多分本当だったんですけど、今は自分的にはすごい努力をして頑張ってると思ってはいます。
Do you have anything to say to all of your opponents?
対戦相手に対しての一言は絶対に勝ちます。
Thanks everybody so much for being here, and we can't wait to see you compete.
Bro, I thought he was gonna say good luck.
Introducing a 5-time World Finalist.
All right, chat. Next game.
Seed for CRL World Finals 2025.
Juicy.
Everyone, give it up for Lucas.
Chat. Lucas versus Kazardi. Who do you got, bro? Lucas is a top player in Brazil. Kazardi won a world championship in 2019, but it was team, so a team world championship isn't as cool as a solo world championship, obviously. In solo world championships, it's only Mugi and Mo.
His opponent, it's his first live appearance since 2019. And he's the infamous Mortar Master. Everyone, give it up for Igor!
Chad, why does he show no emotions? Is he mogging? He sort of does mog a little.
And what a fascinating matchup we have in front of us when you look at Lucas and Igor. Lucas, of course, so much emotion we see on stage. Igor completely devoid of anything that looks like feeling out here.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Playstyles, though, I think they're actually a lot closer.
Yeah, I mean, they're very similar. It's, you know, quick cycle. I want to outplay my opponent. And that's exactly what both of those players do. They want to...
Hey, chat, where is Igor from? Which country is he from, chat? I never seen that flag before.
He didn't do as well. We're going to see which Lucas shows up. And then Igor, we know he can show up. We know he can do everything that we have been
he's from
talking
Russia.
about. He just hasn't shown it yet.
Here's the big question I have for you, Josh, as we saw an uncharacteristically poor performance from Igor yesterday. The multiple missed logs on the
Yo, D-Lo, thank you for the tier 1, bro. Appreciate you. Waffle, thank you for the tier 1.
Damage or just out of practice or just
Bubble, thank you for the prime, bro. Appreciate you.
Big rowdy crowd. I'm wondering if we see a repeat of what Lucas did last year in some of his games, especially against Pedro, where he played bait, he played fast stuff, forced his opponent who had nerves to maybe make some mistakes and put that same kind of pressure on Igor here today.
Yeah, I think that's a phenomenal choice. If
good luck,
go that way.
I don't know who's going to win, guys.
Like, you know,
I just said Lucas because Lucas is top Brazil.
I don't believe
but I actually
at the
don't
same
know.
Time, I still love that choice from Lucas. I want him to go as quick as possible, make his opponent use as many cards, and just try and outplay.
Well, you know, when you think about nerves, we can go back to a few other players who didn't appear nervous. Mohamed Light used to talk about his nerves that he had that we just couldn't see on stage.
That's true.
Or back to 2023, a similarly stoic personality in Sosa, who was actually a bundle of nerves in that 2023 campaign. So what's on the outside doesn't always tell us a story of what's happening on the inside. Of course, what's happening back behind stage is also another important conversation because both of these players here without coaches, not working with teams or analysts to figure out those picks. And I know that on one side, Lucas is preparing a lot. I don't know what Igor's doing, and that's why I'm going to guess. Let me go ahead and get your prediction out here. I'm going to guess that you're going with...
I mean,
there we go.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
there we go.
Me.
All right, and
that's
you
me.
are going with Lucas. And
all right, chat. Who do you got, bro?
Yeah, I'm going with Lucas as well. It's just I can't go against Lucas. We're all going Lucas.
Chat, I definitely had time to do a ladder game, but it's okay. I'll do it on the next one.
Now it's time to see what the audience, what the community is going to be saying. And
like after this match is over,
it's probably going to be another one of those 70-30s. I think Lucas has to be the favorite.
That's my guess. Let's see it. And 63-37 for Lucas over Igor.
Lucas is so insanely good.
His best is one of the most frightening Clash Royale pros on the planet.
I think last year Lucas got third place
although maybe
in
Mo
Worlds.
is starting to take that away as he's putting multiple accounts in the top 10 regularly. I told him last night when I saw him, Mohamed, I think it's time for 4 in the top 10 at the same time. Has he done 4 yet? Maybe has he done 5?
It's close. It's close.
He got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Like 1, 2, 3, 4. But then I think the final day, like he lost 2 accounts, and it's like, oh, only 2 in the top 10. What are we doing here?
Well, of course, Igor's
he got 1, 2, 3,
pressure.
4.
The question is whether he's comfortable with the pressure he has here right now. That's the big one. We saw him stand up to
ends
the
tomorrow,
biggest pressure ever in 2019, but that was years ago. Now we're here, Atlanta, DreamHack, back against the wall. No teammates to help you out. It's win or go home. Let's get it going. Game number 1, Lucas and Igor.
Let's go. Lucas is gonna play Royal Giant. Trust.
A hint of a smile, or was that chewing from Igor? I wasn't quite sure which.
Yeah, it must have been accidental. It must have been a chew.
Oh no.
So no shockers here. Minor from Igor to open things up. Lucas Went to the front, gonna go ahead and get the pickup, but take a little bit of chip damage on the left-hand side as the Berserker finishes off the helmeted one.
Yeah, and Igor's going to do the same
Log
thing
bait.
that Pedro was doing with these off-center. You know, usually you go right on top of the tower, going just an extra tile off to try and get some of those troops to walk away.
And Miner right to the Dark Goblin, and this is, you know, this is...
Oh!
We're starting to see Igor maybe make some more of his style of plays. We've already seen today one player get over the nerves and make a big comeback and a big stand on stage with Ian.
Yeah,
oh boy.
Wow.
Yeah, and right there, both of the wall breakers are going to connect. The bar barrel doesn't do enough
Bro, they're
damage.
so good at like
It's just one of
pressuring.
those weird interactions. There's so many small interactions with with the wall breakers where you're like, of course this is going to take it out. There's no way, and then they just still get to tower.
Igor sitting on his elixir a little bit, waiting for his opponent to make the move.
And then Lucas choosing to run, you know, that 1.9 elixir bait deck, I don't think that
Ability.
should be legal in my
Nice.
opinion. So
Good
I'm glad to
ability.
see that
Wow.
he's going to be using a more standard variation. Evo Skeleton,
Larry.
Mighty Miner going to be able to
Larry.
lock in and
Larry.
take that out. Ice Spirit on the left side, and these Evo wall breakers plus Evo Skellies, there's a little bit of a push, but Lucas is going to defend this beautifully.
It does force out a response for the Mighty Miner. Igor switches the side. He's gonna get on tower here potentially. Ice Spirit slows things down. Might get a little bit of turn of the drill, but not much damage. Double elixir on its way in a moment. Right
Bad
now,
hut,
it's
bad
pretty
hut.
even in both lanes.
Wow, bad
Yeah, and we
hut.
see Igor shake his head. I would have liked to see that up and hut just one tile lower. It would have allowed the Dark Goblin to be able to walk in, have the Crown Tower
Yep.
take it out. Instead,
wouldn't have
Dark
taken
Goblin
damage.
gets 4 or 5 shots, and now Lucas takes the lead all the way back.
Igor a little heavier in this deck. Getting the Mighty Miner up front. Goblin Hut now placed in that low position.
And that's going to be perfect right there. Mighty Miner to try and finish off the Dark Goblin. 1886, lowest tower for Lucas. 1593, lowest tower for Igor. And really, you know, the game is close, but so far Lucas has played a much cleaner game.
Split on the Evo barrel. Let's see how Igor handles it. Takes a ton of damage on the left-hand side. Oh my word.
Yeah, and I think that
Spirit.
might have been Evo Skellies or something taken out right there. 9 seconds, almost to OT. And Lucas is just dominating. He's just playing this so much better than Igor is so far.
Miner working for Igor.
Chad, I
One
think
wall
if
breaker
Lucas
trying to
wins
make it,
this,
does
both my
connect.
predictions will be
Barbarrel
right
down.
so far.
And
Get rewards.
the hut drop behind.
The wall breaker!
Had to be a misclick. That's it. Lucas takes game number 1.
Yeah, Lucas dominated the entire time.
Dude.
He was so clever with his
Lucas
bar
just
barrels.
destroyed
He
him.
was always placing them in different tile placements, making it difficult for Igor. Usually when you're playing against bait and you have the bar barrel,
Okay, you know, one thing that all the pros do that I notice is like when they use wall breakers, they always wall breaker at like 2 elixir. They don't even wait till like 8 or 9 or 10. They always go like instantly. I guess just to try to like catch you like while you don't have enough elixir for like a hut or something.
from game number 1.
And I love seeing what he did here, going with this really
Yes,
fast cycle
just what you
bait
were
deck
talking about.
to put the pressure on Igor. And we saw the cracks begin to show as some of those mistakes were uncharacteristic. And I believe he's here, Hazard, a.k.a. Busby. once
Average
said years
cost
ago,
2.3.
Mistakes beget mistakes, and we saw that here.
Yeah, Igor definitely needs to figure something out, and we all know he can absolutely do it. This is game number 1 overall. Lucas going to be running a little bit tankier version of Logbait, and I love this variation. It allows you to just have so many options. It feels like you know your opponent is going to be running a deck that's 3.5, 3.7 elixir or lower, so you want the Berserker, you want the Valk, you want that strong defense, and then on the other side, Igor just not enough. Maybe the Minions version would have been a little bit better, the one that Pedro ran, I believe against Lucas, yes.
Well, the big question here is where does Igor go in game number 2? Last time he went to Royal Giant in game 2 in his first round matchup, and that was the best success he had. That was his one win, but I really don't want him going there again because you know that Lucas is coming to cover Royal Giant.
Yeah, and you know, going against Lucas when he's running RG, that's a scary task. It's clear that he's very well versed in that matchup.
Yeah.
He's well versed with anything using RG.
Lucas is good at RG.
RG really scares me. I don't know what I'm feeling because Miner's out. I'd like to see Mortar really.
Yeah, I mean, you want to see it, but of course, then you have that concern. You go back and forth. My suspicion here is that Lucas might go RG Lightning. right, that he might try to triple go for a big snipe here, but then you get into Igor running mortar, and that's actually a good choice for him.
Yeah, and I mean, really, if you're Lucas, you're just trying to hard counter that deck twice. You're not going to allow him to do it. I mean, it doesn't matter how nervous he is. Once a mortar is in his hands, he's just going to play it perfectly.
Well, both players taking their time, getting themselves ready, and I think we are just moments away. Game number 2, here we go.
All right, chat. Hopefully Lucas wins, bro, because then I'll be 2 for 2 on my predictions.
Not sure who Igor is talking to, but you see a few words there. And both players really slow.
They're leaking.
No one making the first move.
Maybe they have a heavy deck.
Yeah, not sure if the production team is the best coach, but...
Split guards. Ooh, maybe
Guard
Lucas
cycle.
is using
Lucas
Golem or
shows
E-Giant. Probably
the
E-Giant.
Baby Dragon.
I feel like pros
Seeing
use
Baby Dragon,
E-Giant
you
a
kind
lot.
of automatically assume that it's going to be E-Giant. Igor on the other side.
P.E.K.K.A!
Oh, and he's going to be running P.E.K.K.A. Feels like it's one of the first P.E.K.K.As that we've seen in this tournament.
Nice graveyard.
Graveyard for Igor here.
Really good graveyard.
E-Spirit to cover.
Yeah,
And
God,
Valve not in
E-Spirit's so
range.
good.
beautiful timing with the E-Spirit. E-Wiz coming as well for Lucas.
Nice
Takes
E-Wiz,
about
please.
600 damage.
Battle Ram,
Igor
maybe?
just going to set up the defense with a Goblin Cage.
Oh, no.
And that's a big Inferno Dragon, especially
Perfect
with
Inferno
the
placement.
Electro Wiz covered. Gonna burn that all the way
Perfect
down, I
Inferno.
believe.
Oh my god.
And there you go.
Yeah.
Big defense for Igor.
He put it behind the
Gorgeous Ice
cage
Spirit
and then
there.
guards
So
high.
worried
That
it
way
was
the
gonna
E-Wiz didn't target
get
it.
out of
Wow.
the range of the Inferno Dragon. Instead,
That was
just
clean.
inside, Inferno Dragon cleans up everything. Yeah, and he's taking no damage. That was a perfect start to the game for Igor.
First 90 seconds away. So far, so
Chat,
good.
I think Igor
for the
is
former
using Graveyard
Team Liquid
Freeze.
Hero.
Chat.
Wasn't able to play for that squad for the entire year. Couldn't
That
get
deck looks kind of cool.
his way over to the States. I think he might have still been underage to play in the league, but at the time, Liquid coach Eric
Chat,
Benamou
look at that
signed
graveyard
him anyway,
deck, eh?
with the plan being we'll need him at Worlds. Ran a 3-man squad, right? With just
Dude.
Canario, Surgical Goblin, and Diego B. And they made it all the way, and then Igor showed up
That deck looks cool.
as a rookie and got it done.
And right here, Inferno Dragon on top of the P.E.K.K.A. again. Lucas trying to save up with the Lightning and not going to. That's just going to be a really easy defense for Igor. See if he wants to defend this Baby Dragon. Baby Dragon does get the splash, so a little bit of a missed time right there. And that's going to get the left tower down to 2569. Full reset for Igor, setting up with the Goblin Cage.
Guards, yeah, pressure on the left-hand side here. Force out the Ghost early.
Yeah, I really like what Lucas is doing. He's allowing Igor to just, he's just forcing Igor to cycle. He had to go guards at the bridge. You obviously want those guards for those P.E.K.K.A.s.
And this is a big Lightning. Trying to get the Ram Rider breakthrough, but an absolute traffic jam at the bridge. And the snowball unnecessary. Some wasted elixir on Igor's part. This is going to give a big advantage to Lucas as we move into the sudden death period.
Yeah, those are just some of those small
Graveyard.
mistakes that we've seen. Inferno Dragon up high, E-Wiz in cycle, so going to be able to defend that very
You can't, though, because
easily.
the Evo Ghost.
Igor just looks like he was trying to cycle. It wasn't anything too
Oh!
cute. And right here, let's see if the Evo Valve...
Oh, the Ram Rider!
Pulling everything together.
Wow,
He
the
was
Evo
gets a couple
Valve's
of
so
big hits
good.
on the right-hand side. 90 seconds left. And still, we are
This
razor
game is
thin.
so close. Oh my god.
At this point, it's just so difficult for Igor to set up an offensive attack. It just feels like it's defense, defense, defense ever since that opening push.
But here we go. Maybe going to go on the right-hand side. Valk pressuring. No, goes Graveyard left-hand lane. And this is where you can start getting dangerous, right? Triple elixir. You can put some graveyards out, take some risks.
Dude,
Yeah,
this
I'd like
is
to see some
intense.
sort of push build. I'm not exactly sure why he went on the right side and then went with the Graveyard in the left. Inferno Dragon plus the Valk plus the Snowball should be able
Freeze
to
the
defend that
E-Wiz.
pretty nicely.
Freeze the
But
E-Wiz.
does need to go with guards, and he will. The right tower now lowered down to
Damn.
1706.
He doesn't use his freeze,
Igor
chat.
can switch lanes here.
Oh, it was arrows. What
but
the
Lucas
heck?
in a good spot. Not a big lead, though. 1706 to 1815, 40
arrows.
seconds left.
And it's interesting to see how all these P.E.K.K.A decks, it's no longer the Evo P.E.K.K.A. You're trying to get those support troops to be your Evos. 18-15, 17-06, 30 seconds left to determine if this is going to a game 3.
Ram Rider playing defense against the graveyard. Not a lot getting through here. Ram Rider trying to make it. The Evo
that
goes
push
down.
from
Cage in the
Lucas
hole.
is
Snowball trying to stop
gigantic.
the Ram Rider. Ram Rider will connect.
Wait!
Now another one on the right.
Oh my God!
An absolutely huge push. 10 seconds left. That Ram Rider should connect here. Cage to stop. Igor needs to get on tower. Lightning puts the damage in. That's gonna be it. Lucas gets it done in 2.
2-0 sweep.
And a shake of the hands and an inauspicious end to Igor's 2025 campaign.
Wow.
And Lucas.
Chad, I'm 2 for 2 on predictions.
Staying in the mix. Scary for everybody out there.
Yeah, if Lucas wins game number 1, he's winning game number 2. That's what we're seeing. And, you know, we need to learn more about his thoughts. Let's send it down to Juice and Lucas.
Chad, when does Mo play?
What a match. Just talk to me how you're feeling after a very intense game 1 of day 2.
I think I feel relieved. I didn't really sleep much. Either didn't sleep well today, so I think it's a relief to win game 1. I hope I can get momentum and keep the momentum going.
Yeah, I mean, talk to me about like all the stuff that's going behind the scenes, because that's what really interests me. You know, when it comes to deck building, deck picking, stuff like that. Like, how are you preparing in that sort of aspect of this match?
I sort of try to pretend I'm them, try to, you know, think what they could think I could do, try to self-scout, try to scout them as well. There's the stage factor that you got to consider. Not everything is how it looks online, so if I get like a 40-60 matchup here and I'm in a comfortable position and they are not, I just might win. So it's been intense though, because doing everything alone is kind of...
He doesn't have a coach?
It's a bit too much, especially in a day 2 full of games. So
no
I should be analyzing over 7 players here if everything goes well. Should be a long day though.
Awesome. Yo, one more time, give it up for Lucas. Some great matches all around.
And definitely you see some of these players who have support maybe a bit more relaxed. We've seen Lucas quite a lot. Of course,
that kind of looks like the king.
Good, but I have noticed as we've gotten deeper into this week and
Suicide Boys shirt. This guy has ball knowledge, bro. Suicide Boys ball knowledge.
There. It's a lot of work. It's going to be a long day, especially doing it all on your lonesome.
Yeah, I've never seen him act that way. Just kind of wishing
that
he
a
had more
peak
help.
shirt.
He always likes to be that lone wolf. I'm going to do it myself. I'm going to figure this out. So it's really interesting to see. And, you know, it's not too late. You can pick up an analyst. You
I got time for
coach,
one
so
battle
we're gonna see if he
before the next match, and I want to use that deck that all the pros use, bro.
Here's game number 2, and I loved what he was doing. He was setting up the P.E.K.K.As in the back. He was trying to cycle the Ghost, the Baby Dragon, and really, once he got the triple elixir, I mean, Igor, there was just nothing he could do. Lucas was so... He was just dominating
Chat,
the
can you guys
field,
see?
and he was sending so...
Okay, chat, I got time for one game before the next match. And let's do it with this deck, bro. Alright? This is literally what all the pros use, bro, okay? This is what all the pros use. Alright, chat? I got enough time for one game, bro. One game. This is what all the pros use. I'm gonna be a pro, bro. Watch this. I feel like a pro would not have did that. That was aggressive. Wait, he has the same deck! Yo! What are the chances? Chatty has the same deck as me. Can I get a Royal Giant in? No. Chat, I'm using what the pros use, guys. Alright, I feel like a pro would build up a push with Fisherman. Nice! Good damage! Nice! I should have used my E-Spirit. Dude, he's gonna go Royal Giant, isn't he? Should I have to pull his Royal Giant? No, he's gonna go Royal Giant, bro. I gotta pull his Royal Giant to my other tower, dude. Wait, not bad? Chat, not bad. I want to block the fish. Nice! Pros do it. Shit. Chat, I don't know how the pros do it.
Why not make it
How do they do
keep
it?
his dream run going? Give it up for Sandbox!
All right, chat, Sandbox. Wait versus Moogie. Oh, this is gonna be good. Okay, chat, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be back. Sandbox versus Moogie. Let's go. Let's go.
Rich Slayton here, joined by Jackson Juicy J Wall. And Jackson, glad to have you back on the desk. This is an interesting matchup, right? Because this is another one of those that we see where on paper everyone will be picking Moogie. I'm guessing predictions are going to come in pretty heavily for Moogie. But we've seen Sandbox buck the trend. He talked about not wanting to be thought of as a beat-down, heavy deck player. He's primarily played and been primarily successful with those cycle decks today.
Yeah, I mean, he does a great job of controlling the match. You know, I feel like he kind of slowly but surely made his way, right? You know, he was known for stuff like Splash Yard and Electro Giant, and then he kind of used his skills in Splash Yard, converted it to Minor Poison, and continues to make his decks cheaper and cheaper as he becomes not only a control player, but a cycle control player as well.
Well, speaking on the other side of things, Moogie, of course, known as this big cycle player, but the piece of success he had yesterday in the loss against Adriel was with E-Giant.
Right, yeah, that's interesting. When I was researching both of these players, like they both played E-Giant yesterday, and once again, they're both very good at RNG as well, where you kind of have that mid-tier kind of deck, control deck. So it'll be really interesting to see either one of those mirror matches. It could be wild.
And you can see the head-to-head data on these two throughout the year. 16-11 in favor of Moogie, but of course you have that very critical win for Sandbox in the finals of the Kalalas Cup, that 2-0 win. So Sandy able to get the better of Moogie in some places, and this will also be a big question about that preparation. We've talked about this a bit before. Tight, a longtime coach, but the question is, will he remain unpredictable or be easy to read for Sandbox and his team today? And let's see what you at home are thinking about this matchup. Will it be Mugi? Will it be Sandbox? Here we go, and our viewer votes coming in just one moment.
Yeah, speaking of predictions, here we have the community predictions. Mugi at a 67%, Sandbox sitting at 33. I feel like this is kind of, what a lot of people are thinking. Sandbox obviously still has a really good chance, but once again, a two-time world champion on stage, it's just really tough to go against.
Yeah, it's always difficult. Let's go ahead and take a look at our predictions now. So first up, let's go ahead and see what my buddy Jackson has over here. He's picking Mugi on this one. Now let's go ahead and see what I picked. I think I might buck the trend. That's right. I am picking Sandy. Okay. I like what GameSaver's been doing here. I like what he's doing with Sandbox specifically. He's a guy who needs to go for snipes against some of these big guys. Saver has been swinging, Sandbox has been hitting, and looks like Andrew's on my side, and Josh going along with you, Juice.
Yeah, I talked to Josh beforehand as well. We just picked Mugi based on his experience. Talking to Frontier Guard after losing to Mugi in day one, he was just like, I can go on stage, I can do my best, but in the end, I'm going against a world champ, and that experience on stage is like none other.
Yeah, it certainly is. Of course, we saw the experience, the skill, and the coach-player relationship of Adriel coming out on top against Mugi on day number one. So curious to see if GameSaver and Sandbox can replicate that same thing. Of course, a little difference here. We might see taking, like I said, big swings rather than going for those close matchups. But this is a big one. Again, we are in the elimination bracket. No more lives to give. Mugi, the two-time world champion, wants to stay in the hunt for 3. Sandbox wants to end it. Let's go, game number 1.
The crowd's just going wild. I love it. I love the energy here. Hogger at the bridge immediately from Sandbox to start us off.
A little surprised from Sandbox to start off. I kind of thought he would be going to snipe Hog. Instead, going Hog himself.
And Mugi just going to one of his comfort decks. He's got a log bait deck of some sort. You could see as soon as he saw the guard from the dark.
Oh, we're already in the game. Nice, guys. Came back at the perfect time, eh?
Probably has a log or a bar.
Mugi, let's go, bro! Come on, Mugi!
For Mugi.
Chat, if Mugi wins, I'm 3 for 3 on prediction.
Skelly Barrel to the right-hand side. Hog push. Does not get sent to the outside. EQ going to work here.
Good dart placement.
Hog should get a couple, at least one. And it does.
Wow,
not a good start.
Celebration from Sandbox. He's really happy with this Hog connection left in lane, and that's what we're talking about. Earthquake and Log, ready for the Dark
Sandbox
ready for the Mortars. It's a great matchup for Sandy here.
Both players slowing down a bit, letting their elixir build all the way back up. What's the key for Mugi here? This is definitely a challenging situation, but how does he win this matchup?
That's why I love to cast with you, Rich. You're always asking me the important questions, and to answer it, I would say the big thing is definitely using the opposite lane. You don't want to go same lane. What you can do is you can place your mortar high in the opposite lane and use another card to push the Hog over with anti-Earthquake. And he tries to do it here, but he has to play same.
And this Hog's going to get one as well. There
the Firecracker.
That's
no.
Down to 12:07 already. Plus the Evo Firecracker connects. And that is a lot. 597 remaining. Mugi in a world of trouble.
I think
and we're
Mugi
just
might lose,
entering
chat.
double elixir.
Skeleton Barrel at the bridge, trying to get the
Chat, what I want to do today is every time I see a deck that a pro uses, I'm going to try the deck.
Once again, I'm just thinking from
you know what I mean? I'm going to try it, like in the intermissions.
It's really tough because you have to fend off the Firecrackers,
which ones
the
I
Earthquake
like.
chip, but also the Hog Rider. Sandbox is going to continue to apply lots of pressure.
Dude, tomorrow's last day of the season, though, so I got to grind.
Get a little bit of defense in front of it. Trying to find a way to break through. Cannon plus Earthquake on the right-hand side to shut down his mortar. But here we go, bit of a push on the right-hand side. Evo Skelly Barrel gonna get knocked right up close to that tower. Log to clear.
The Bar Barrel will take up the Firecracker. Really nice defense, getting the King activation and utilizing the Fireball to reverse
it's
the Hog
over,
connection.
bro.
Maybe there's a little bit of life in the position here for Mugi, but it's still very dire.
I think it's over.
And that Evo Cannon going to open things up a little bit for Sandbox. Do we expect to see any Earthquake cycle here? I mean, getting the pre-Earthquake for the Hog Rider.
Yeah, but then the pre-firecracker.
Oh boy.
For
GG's.
Wow, that is game. Sandbox with the nod of the head. He knows he's got the dub. Beautiful stuff all around.
Sandbox going cycle.
Chat, Moogie's gonna come back, don't worry.
The expectations.
Chat, Moogie gonna come back.
And doing it in the biggest moments here.
Chat, I got Panera, bro.
See the Sandbox signs in the crowd. We got some Korean viewers here showing up, trying to.
Moogie's gonna win. Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry.
Player.
Moogie's clutch.
And here's the stats.
Chat, look, I got Panera, dude.
Cheaper cycle for Sandy, and he kind of utilized that really well to
chicken,
not only
onions,
out-cycle, but
cheese.
in order to pressure and also cheaply defend.
And taking a look at the decks here, Moogie playing a different variation. We saw him play Mortar against Adriel yesterday.
That's good.
He was playing an Arrows Skelly variation instead of the one that we see in front of us. And he played E-Giant in that deck alongside the Hyperbait. That was part of that Hyperbait matchup. So very curious to see if he mixes things up. And a similar progression, playing a deck like this one in practice. I saw him go with Drill Rocket and also with a Royal Giant Spear Empress deck.
Yeah, I mean, the versatility of all these players is always astounding to me. But, you know, once again, looking at this matchup as a whole, I think that, like you said, Sandbox did a great job of working with his coach in order to get a great matchup and really, you know, kind of jump the hurdle that is Moogie on stage.
And that's a big one here, right? We're starting to see Sandbox seem like he's really, really comfortable. He's talked about the nerves starting to melt away he goes home, bro. And you know, with this big crowd here, it can make things a little bit more shaky on occasion. And some people we've seen step up to it, some blink a little bit under the lights. This is starting to feel like maybe it's Sandbox's moment.
I know. I've been kind of rooting for him. I think he's really my dark horse pick for this tournament. I think he's a great chance of actually winning it all. And I think one of the biggest things that was really stopping him was his confidence. You know, seeing him backstage, I didn't see a lot of that from him. And the other thing is just momentum. But now that he's won a game off Moogie, hopping to game number 2, we are going to see a little bit more confidence, I assume, from Sandman.
And here we go. Now it's
a lot of Hog Rider today, chat. A lot of Hog.
This is maybe what on Sandbox with a smile here. He might have a snipe set up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, once again, if you can predict that, you know, Moogie's going to play Hog, I'm sure GameSaver, his coach, is also very aware of such a thing. So, looking at Sandbox next, we see a Queen and some cycle cards.
No, did he
perhaps,
counter him?
A drill deck, maybe a minor control variation. Either way, it's going to be super solid versus Hog Rider.
It's got to be drill because of the Evo Snow.
Archer Queen, going to go ahead and pop the ability. Easy damage prevention there for Moogie.
So Evo Valk, Evo Snowball, most definitely going to be drill. And he has a Bomb Tower as well. Bomb Tower is historically really solid to deal with Hog Quake, just being a little bit tankier. I mean, you can see already, Hog is not breaking through.
Yeah, Bomb Tower, Evo Valk, Evo Snowball, even the drill on defense if you need it.
Bro, I think Moogie countered him.
And if you look at the...
Like, countered him bad. Or
Moogie,
Sandbox.
He has some coverage for that drill, but not the typical splash.
Yeah, I agree. You know, you'd much rather have a Evo Ghost or even a Valkyrie instead of the Mighty Miner versus the drill. Instead, he's going to be really trying to utilize the log. The log is definitely the card to look out for to really deal with those goblins. But if Sandbox can play his Evo Snowball right, he's going to be able to circumvent that defense.
Mighty Miner going to use the ability on the Archer Queen. Drill going to get in front. Queen tanking for the drill for the moment. And that's a lot spent to cover.
Yeah, you can see just in the elixir disparity between the elixir bars, Sandbox is definitely up a lot. He's going to realize that and go for the Queen, the bridge with ability, try and apply some more pressure and cycle back to another drill.
Sandy won against Igor with a variation on this deck yesterday. Was running guards instead of skeleton. Last card in that situation was the poison.
Hog through with the pre-firecracker.
Good, Moogie. Moogie forced out Evo Snow.
Queen ability, but once again, using the Evo Snowball on defense is not something that you never want to do. It's a big win for Moogie to force that out.
Drill one direction, Hog the other. There's the poison for Sandbox. Gets a little bit of goblin damage on that right-hand tower. But as we go into sudden death overtime, lead for the two-time, 26-42. Add the earthquake damage in, 23-01. Will the Hog get there too?
Come on, Moogie, give him one.
Nice queen plus snowball. The Hog will not get a hit. And the Valkyrie up high to stop the firecracker as well. It's just really solid control. And now Sandbox going to be able to counter push after playing the spell first. That's what I love to see about these pros, knowing when to go spell second or first with their push.
Drill to the outside. And we're not seeing the same difficulty we saw from Igor in this matchup with the log on the drill timing.
Mighty ability does decent amount of damage to the queen, and a barbarian bolt to protect. It's a very common idea to try to defend your queen on the counter pushes.
And you saw the attempted prediction probably on skeletons with the snowball there. Might have been a prediction on a firecracker or either way, but snowball to nowhere. Now drill in with the poison.
Oof. Evo snowball drops, and the goblins have free reign. Free reign on the tower. Wow.
Both guys delivering big blows in the final minute.
Sandbox with a nice prediction queen ability on for the firecracker as well. He's really feeling good. That first game momentum is really showing itself here.
Bomb towers are just shutting down these Hogs. Can Moogie find a way to outcycle?
We see an early queen ability again, once again, preparing for a firecracker, and then a Valkyrie as well to deal with. And the Barbarian connects the Evo Cracker as well.
Drill in, cannon in front. Poison there as well.
Bro, Moogie just got hard counter, chat.
Pretty decent hold from Moogie, preserving the possibility, but this is feeling difficult. Is this the end for Moogie in 2025? Hog up the middle, pre-log for the Skellies. Snowball pushes it back, and that's it. Sandbox has done it. 2 world champions down for Sandy.
Damn, bro.
Unbelievable. Wow, and you can just see the relief on Sandbox's face. He's just beat a 2-time world champ. And
bro, Moogie just got hard counter,
like you said, he worked with his coach, got some great deck picks, and then utilized those advantages perfectly in order to secure the win.
Damn, that actually sucks.
Is work and preparation.
Well, Chad, I was wrong on my third
Sandy
prediction.
Made his own luck.
Damn, bro, that fucking sucks.
Andrew guys standing by.
Dude, he couldn't do anything against Drill.
All right, Sandbox, you've already faced off against every former world champion in the competition. You've taken out 2 of them already. How do you feel being the underdog has been giving you an advantage in these situations?
이제 3명의 세계 챔피언들과 그 게임을 해주시는데 언더독이라는 위치가 도움이 됐다고 생각하시나요?
다른 사람들이 언더독이라고 해도 모하메드만 아니면 저는 언더독이 아니라고 생각하기 때문에 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
I don't know how other people view me, but I personally think I was the only underdog under Mohammed. With other competitors, I didn't think I was an underdog.
Love the confidence there, and the crowd loves it too. You've already played through 2 elimination matches. Every match here on out is going to be an elimination match. You got to go through a lower bracket run. Talk to me about managing that pressure.
All right, chat.
이미 2번의 탈락전에서 이기셨는데 그런 압박감을 어떻게 이겨내셨는지.
저의 코치인 게임 Z 세이버가 넌 할 수 있다고 해서
Chat, the next deck I'm going to use is Sandbox
My
is
coach always
Drill
tells me
deck.
that you can do it, and he's the one who gave me the most confidence.
He's got a great coach. Give it up for Sandbox!
Chat, what was his deck?
Love seeing the success for Sandbox on this stage. And again, we're talking about the preparation, coming in ready to get it done. But you have to also talk about that mentality. And Sandbox now finally seems to be in a winner's mentality.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, this...
Chad, what was his deck? Oh, wait, it's going to show it in a sec. All right, this is the next deck we're going to try. Barbarian Barrel, Archer Queen, Poison, Got it.
And it was a kind of a reverse. Moogie took the Hog EQ, but Sandbox was completely ready for it. The Barbarian Barrel, one of the best counters. The Firecracker, the Bomb Tower preparing for the defense of the Hog, as well as the Snowball.
All right, chat. This is the deck that Sandbox eliminated Moogie with, okay? This is the deck that Sandbox eliminated Moogie with, all right? Let's try it, okay? Dude, this is fun, like trying out the decks in between games. Okay. That Royal Ghost is already dead, so I'm not gonna like overspend on it. Alright, chat, we're gonna be using the deck that Sandbox eliminated Moogie with. I should have waited on my poison. Nice, the wall breaker's turned around. Very nice. Okay, this deck feels good. The defense feels really nice. I don't see the point of Bomb Tower, though, because you already have Valkyrie. What is the point of Bomb Tower? I mean, like, maybe Cannon could be good. I don't know what the point of the Bomb Tower is, though. The defense feels really good in this deck, though, bro. The defense feels really good in this deck, I'm not gonna lie. Evo, Valk, Bomb Tower, Archer Queen. Maybe you could use, like, Cannon, though, maybe, huh? Just be a little cheaper. Bro, that Evo Valk is gonna be so good. The Valk's still alive! Nice! Evo Snow! Poison! Let's go, guys. I'm up like 1,000. Keep the Skellies alive. Nice! Bro, we forced out defensive wall breakers, man. Let's go. Nice! I'm gonna do what every pro does and just spell cycle. That's what they all do. Nice! Guys, really good defense. How is the minion on? How is the minion on? What? That effed me, bro. Chat, I put my bomb tower down too late, huh? It's fine. We're gonna keep trying decks. Chat, what?
The crowd and for good reason. He's a lovely dude, a swell guy, and Jack beyond belief.
All right, chat, next deck. Or next game, next game.
Ian!
Oh, it's Ian again. Let's go! Let's go, Ian! Let's go, Ian. All right, Ian's got this. Ian's got this.
And that home crowd loving to see Ian back on the stage, and it has been a
Did somebody
day
say
of
this
sweet
is why we
so far,
clash?
Juicy, for Lucas and for Ian, hoping that this is going to be the first one to go to game number 3 between these two players. And what we've seen from them today already, Juicy, what really stood out to you?
Man, I just loved how Ian was able to bounce back from a loss yesterday and stay composed and almost feed off the energy of the crowd. It's like he's using that to propel him forward.
Yeah, that was what we were talking about in that match. You know, he kept looking up at the crowd, and Josh and I were like, well, I hope he's not getting distracted by the crowd, but really harnessing the energy from them. And on the other side of it, and Lucas absolutely dialed in that matchup against Igor. It was played so clean. He was on top of every defense, know when to get aggressive. And these guys, I feel like, have met their final form here in World Finals 2025.
I know, this is my favorite match to watch. Both players coming off a win, feeling good. You know, they're in stride. They're working with their, well, Ian's working with his coach well.
Whoever loses gets knocked out.
That I really loved about Lucas's gameplay is he's actually picking for himself. Yet on stage, he doesn't let that get to him, and he really does a great job of making the right cards count.
So difficult to make that decision on stage. While it might feel like an eternity for us waiting for the next game to start, imagine all the mental gymnastics that you have to do in that small amount of time, figuring things out to get the absolute best matchup possible. And that is what you're going to want here. Talking about the predictions from chat, I hope you guys got them in. I'm very curious to see where this goes. I feel like it'll be slightly in favor. I was going to say of Ian. I was going to say like a 55-45 type situation, but Lucas, of course, being here as many times as he has at World Final, maybe giving him the edge.
It's fine, Ian. You got this,
okay,
bro.
let's go to see what I voted first. Ian. I'm going with Ian.
Okay, I'm curious. I was running up to stage. I don't know if they got my prediction in, but they did. You guys rock. I'm going Lucas X Gamer, the man with the best hair in the biz, and looking to see what Rich and Josh. I am the lone wolf here. I gotta say, my predictions were atrocious yesterday, but I've been doing well today. You boys might be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I picked Ian is, once again, he's feeding off the crowd really well. I know his coach, Ismail. He does a great job. They've been working well together.
Oh my God!
Ian's coach told me that he worked for 14 hours last night in order to prepare for the potential matchups today.
I don't even know there was 14 hours between then and now.
Why was
Ian
Ken
has been grinding the whole time, and Lucas on the other side of it, I feel like he kind of got the jitters out. He's locked in now. When I talk to him backstage, he feels very comfortable, very confident, obviously very familiar with the live stage, but this is a very, very tough opponent in Ian. It's going to be one of those situations, while even though he had the prediction
Did he just do the fucking emote? That motherfucker!
Moments from Ian rather than Lucas.
Did y'all see that?
But like what Josh said on stage,
he just did the
if
emote.
Lucas is able to get that one game at the beginning, he's going to take that and he's going to make it a 2-0 sweep really quickly. So really anything can happen. This is a
come on, Ian,
match,
you beautiful bastard. Come on, Ian.
Juicy, when you were live on stage at WCG, did you have any moments where you felt like you were the underdog in terms of the crowd, or did you feel like they were always behind you?
Yeah, I definitely think there were some moments where, you know, the crowd is going for another player, and it's definitely a really tough situation because you have
to
really
Ian! Let's go, Ian!
Within yourself instead.
Well, let's
you got
see
this,
if
Ian.
Lucas can do that, knowing that this is a home crowd for Ian. Here we go, elimination match between Ian.
Come on, Ian!
Lucas. Who's gonna take it? Game number 1.
Hog Rider. Chat, log is Hog Rider, right? Yeah, Hog Rider.
Maybe Hog Rider?
Yes!
He's going back.
He's using Hog, let's go!
Love to see it. Both these guys. We're going to see Lucas playing Miner, Ian playing Hog. This is the type of matchup you want to see. And Ian already with the emotes, but as you guys said before, those don't really mean anything other than Ian's just doing what he does.
Oh my God. Get on the tower.
Here will
get on the tower.
Will the firecracker?
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Wow, the Hog just gets
best Hog player in the game!
Does activate King. So Lucas is in a decent position going forward from here.
Perfect time to E-Spirit there.
This is the best Hog Rider gameplay you will ever see,
once
chat.
again, but it is
this guy is the GOAT of Hog.
Oh, excuse me. Looks like these graphics are a bit swapped. Ian's on the bottom of the screen. Lucas at the top.
Hog inbound. Mine are doing a great job of defending.
And Hog trying to go on through.
Dude, I think this is like one of those just 50-50 matchups, dude.
Lucas taking pause here. You imagine they've played this matchup against each other numerous times, maybe on ladder over the years, different versions of Miner control. Oof. And bomb does not go off in time. You see Ian with a little bit of a smile there, wishing he could have got that damage.
Second ghost of the game. Evo Ghost will be in cycle soon. A very common idea is to use that Evo Ghost on defense from the Hog to prevent Earthquake Valley.
Nice, Ian!
Push. We'll see if Lucas is going to be able to make that happen.
Sneaks the Hog right in front, pre-Earthquake.
Yes!
And Hog Rider going to go through and get another shot in. So
let's go, Ian!
Cannon minions, doesn't matter. Ian breaks through once again.
Lucas is stressed out.
Ladder quite a few times, and this is always what it feels like. It seems like for some reason, his Hog Rider always just gets that final hit in.
It's the perfect timing, the early pre-earthquake, knowing exactly how your opponent's going to respond, how much damage the units do, or the units that are in his hand, watching the cycle. And there we go. This is what you were talking about before, Juicy. The anti-earthquake placement pushes it over with the Skellies. Firecracker not getting on top of tower.
Come on, Firecracker.
1941, Royal Ghost comes in, and Firecracker almost gets it a shot off.
Okay, here we go. This is Lucas's chance to really strike back. Evo goes baiting out a lot of elixir on the left side.
Nice ability!
And this is a really solid comeback
Ian
from
said
Lucas.
good game.
It's just very even all of a sudden. Even Lucas taking lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ian's recognizing that Lucas is going to be able to defend as more elixir gets at his disposal. It's going to be so difficult to catch those miners over and over again, especially with that mighty miner. Sometimes you want to use it to protect the Hogs. Sometimes you need it defensively, as you can see right here, using it.
Nice mighty miner to keep the Firecracker alive.
So now the miner going to be just a little bit harder to pick up.
Nice, Ian!
And another Firecracker on the board, followed by another Hog. The Firecracker does not get hit by the Evo Cannon, but the Hog Raider push is successful in preventing too much damage.
And there you go, Miner poison right off the gate. Doesn't have the ability to drop Skellies. Is Ian here? Lucas is taking the damage lead a little bit farther, and Ian knows this is a tough spot to be in. Lucas getting a great deck pick here. Again, coachless.
Firecracker.
Nice! Oh!
How
is that out of range? How is that out of range?
It doesn't.
Oh, it did.
Now, though,
there we go.
Trying to make something happen.
There we go, Ian.
Lucas's very solid Hog defenses.
And these minions are great because that mighty miner, you want to use the ability to take him off the board, but now instead not going to be a good tank at the bridge here. Although Hog getting a little bit of protection from the mighty, Cannon going to clean things up, and now Lucas going right back on offense. Miner, Ice Spirit, Royal Ghost, minions.
Slight misstep on the Evo Cannon, forcing the Firecracker to come out for the minions. The poison does go down in case of skeletons, but Ian saves all of his elixir to try to make one final push here in triple time.
Yeah, Ian has to have a miracle happen here. Royal Ghost out on top of the cannon, minions, everything. And overspend doesn't matter when you have the lead, plus Miner poison Juicy. Is there any way to turn this around other than a miracle or a misplay?
I think that it's possible. He needs to keep up the pressure, and he needs to have very cheap, effective defenses versus these Miner.
991, 883. Miner goes in. Firecracker to catch the minions at the bridge.
Nice.
Mighty Miner at the bridge on the opposite side. Most likely going to put a Hog behind.
Come on, Ian! Come on, Ian!
Cannon.
Ability.
Great placement there from Lucas. Ian back in the lead, though.
Yeah, Ian back.
Come on, Ian!
Under pressure. Now a pre-poison plus Miner coming in hot. And Ian knows he can't defend. He decides to attack instead.
Hog does get pulled. Minions are there.
Oh my gosh.
Hog almost gets a hit.
Oh my gosh, it's so close. Another Hog inbound.
Need a way to stop this Hog. You need a way. There's the cannon.
The Evo Cannon stalls enough. One more Miner inbound, and the poison is enough. Lucas X Gamer takes game number 1.
And what a beautiful showing there. I mean, Ian known for playing Hog EQ, being the best in the world at it, but Lucas is another exceptional Hog Rider player. So you got to imagine when someone is playing your bread and butter against you,
Chat, it was so
you know
close.
exactly where they're at in their cycle, what they need to play next to break through. And Ian was always just, or I should say, Lucas was
It's okay.
like
Ian's not out of the tournament yet, chat.
Yeah.
He still needs to lose
even
one more
at
time.
the very end there, it seems like the minions.
Bro, the thing that sucks is that Hog is his best deck, though. He could still win, though, for sure.
With the Evo Cannon, and then focusing all of his elixir on making
still
sure
win.
that Miner and poisons on tower.
Yeah, Miner poison over and over and over again. Mighty Miner was never there.
Dude, what the hell is this?
He was finding himself needing to use
what the hell is that?
Over and over again. And Juicy, is that strictly a matchup conversation? I mean, it was still very, very close.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at a matchup like this, we'll show you guys the deck here very shortly.
Chat. What in the hell?
You might think, wow, okay, that's got to be good for
Chat,
Hoggy
I know
Q.
it's Ken,
But
I know.
The true case here is he has the barbell to control Firecracker. The Evo Ghost is the best evolution in the game currently. And also, Lucas just did a great job, like you said, understanding how Hog works, understanding when the pre-earthquakes are going to come.
Bro, chat, the deck, like, look at the deck Lucas is using. Dude, you guys can try this deck if you want. This deck is so hard to play. You have to play, like, so correctly. I think I played it 5 times yesterday and lost 4 at like 1,800 medals.
Struggling to get them off the board, so his Hog.
I gotta get my medals back tonight, though.
Extra DPS from the.
I'm gonna keep trying decks that pros use.
The cannon doesn't really matter.
But after the CRL stream, I'm gonna grind so I can get medals because the season's about to end.
Side because it baited out the Firecracker where Ian didn't want it.
True. And then once again, this is why I just love Clash Royale League.
I know.
Because you know, Lucas knows that the only way for Ian to clear the minions is with the Firecracker.
Yep.
So sometimes, not only reactively, but we saw predictive skeletons to the bridge to block, predictive barbell over the river to make sure those minions are good to go on DPS for defense.
And I gotta say, even though Lucas does take game number 1, it was still
like every time Lucas put minions on the Hog, he had to cover them with skellies at the bridge because Ian kept going Firecracker because he has to.
Wait, can Ian keep his?
Come on, Ian, come back! You got this, Ian!
In the lower bracket.
Man. Okay, Ian just going straight for the aggression. I like that.
Ooh!
And we talked about yesterday, Goblin Hut, not
Wait,
really what
kind
you
of
want
a
to
bad
see
answer.
defense-wise.
You probably didn't have
not
much.
My favorite thing to run into a Goblin Hut, or I mean have a Goblin Hut for that. Mortar going to clean it up pretty cleanly there. Going to get some Goblins out to protect that Mortar, and now a Mortar's
on tower.
Locked on the tower.
Yes, Ian, yes!
A couple shots. AQ has to come down.
Okay, one shot is through though. And the Boss Bandit, will the ability, okay, the ability does
Good
get
dash.
the Queen of Time, but this Boss Bandit is still very healthy.
This
nice,
It has pieces of the deck that we saw Mo run yesterday.
Oh!
Skeleton Barrel. We saw the Overwhelm that he put on against Sandbox. That was the game where Mo took 0 damage at all. The only person to do it at all yesterday, which was absolutely incredible. Lucas here.
Yeah, Ian's using Mo's deck.
What are we seeing here at the bottom of the screen, Juice? What do you
I got you. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the drill. A lot of the time with Evo Snowball, you will see drill as the main win condition. Matchup-wise, I actually kind of like it for Lucas.
Yeah.
You know, if Lucas can get his cycle correct, have the Queen for the mortars, and as well as use the Valkyrie efficiently on defense, he has a really good shot. But Ian is trying to basically abuse the fact that his starting hand was bad and continue to apply pressure while his cycle's messed up.
Yeah, and this is the deck that we saw Mo run yesterday. I had a little bit of fun with it, of course, being a new Mortar deck I haven't seen out in the world yet. The synergy between the Boss Bandit and the Skeleton Barrel is really interesting. We're going to see it right here. You usually want the barrel inside of the tank unit, but
Ian, this is good.
The Boss Bandit up front.
This is good.
The ability.
This is good, Ian.
Barrel in. Wow. And Boss Bandit goes a little too far back. High Berserker there. Nice play by Lucas.
Wait, that was nice.
Wow. Okay.
Oh my.
Fire Spirit is going to tank. Evo
Ian.
Valkyrie. Wow. Oh my God. I keep saying wow, but this is just this is so amazing. But really,
Ian's barbell right there actually turned me on. That was clean.
Valkyrie to try to get more value out of it, and Ian kind of playing into his hand with that gang.
And we finally see the first little lick of damage come through against this deck.
Yes, take that spell damage.
Yesterday, and now Ian just takes a little bit from that Evo Valkyrie.
And Evo Snowball is in cycle, so we are going to see that front drill placement.
Good timing, Ian. Nice!
Plays the bar.
Way to wait!
Snowball from getting any value.
I mean, Juice, that's a situation where you just got to hover, right? I mean, I know you want to predict, but then if you predict with the Evo Snowball, that's worse than having to use it on defense.
Wait, look at the right! The right! The right! The right! The right!
And it almost connects. Will Lucas have enough elixir?
Yes! Yes! Yes, Ian! Yes! Let's go, Ian!
Lucas is low in elixir.
Let's go, Ian!
Valkyrie down
Dash!
barely in time to stay in this match.
Dude, that was really good.
Insane pressure from Ian continuing to push the advantage.
The Boss Bandit is such an elixir leech when you talk about having to play against it, Juicy. If you don't defend it perfectly, you must get it down to stop that
that's
dash.
true.
And Lucas hasn't been able to get back on
Yes!
offense.
Yes! Yes! The mortar locked! Yes!
And the Boss Bandit is protecting. It's dashing every which
Game.
way. And the mortar.
Let's fucking go, Ian! Come on!
Boss Bandit connect.
We're getting our first game free of the day.
Yes, Ian! Yes! Chat, let's go. Come on. One more. Let's go, Ian! One more.
From Juicy Juicy J up here in the booth.
Dude,
And
Ian actually played so good, bro. Oh my God.
3.
I'm getting literal chills right now as I see Ian coming back from that game 1. The crowd just roaring.
Yo, chat.
Every
So we saw Mo play that mortar deck. He like flawless Sandbox. And then we saw Ian play that mortar deck and he like flawless Lucas.
Him and Alan have to feel pretty good about that.
He only took 117 damage. Chat, copy this mortar deck down, bro. I never even seen this. Mo did it in 1. Ian did it in 1. Bro, that deck looks good. I want to try that.
Synergy of it is absolutely amazing. You get a late mortar down.
That's like a new deck.
Protects in front of it. As we talked about, Boss Bandit at the bridge, barrel behind.
I haven't seen that.
Boss Bandit takes for a second, uses the ability after the dash. Then
that's a good mortar deck, boys.
Boss Bandit's taking for the skellies. Yeah. Just absolute incredible synergy.
Yeah, okay, I do want to make a little asterisk in what I said earlier. So I didn't realize in game 1, you can see Lucas use poison, in minor poison. And for this drill deck, I assumed it was poison, but instead it was rocket. That rocket instead of poison really allowed Ian to continue to apply pressure, use his mortar and his Electwist to his advantage. And Lucas really just couldn't control the mortar, even with the archer.
Let's go,
Ian.
Ian.
One of those things when you are playing mortar and you pile everything up at the bridge playing against poison, that's a way to bait it out from being on top of your tower. But it
all right, Chad, whoever loses this next battle is knocked out.
We're talking about in this game. We're going to see the replay here. Just no way for Lucas to get back on offense. You see there the dash into the hut, the barrel breaks, the
Bro,
high
chat,
snowball.
I'm telling you, Boss Bandit is one of the most, it's probably the most unique card in the game where like, if you're down Elixir, you just lose, bro. You lose every time. Because she just sticks around forever, bro. And then you have to keep spending.
It's still wreaking havoc.
Look at that Boss Bandit.
Yeah, you can see the Boss Bandit at the bridge with the mortar. That last mortar connection was what really sealed the deal for the game. And honestly, the
I'm definitely trying that mortar deck.
Was after kind of the missed snowball in the skeleton barrel, Lucas tried to clean up with the Fire Spirit, but at 1 HP, the Boss Bandit took the Fire Spirit out, allowing for the skeletons to continue to connect on tower.
She's so tanky, she's so hard to control, and as I said, an absolute elixir leech. We saw it all throughout that entire game. If you do not lock it down instantly, if you do not have the perfect defense, or if they predict how you're going to defend, all of a sudden, you find yourself spending 2, 3, 4 more elixir than you
Bro, I just feel like the Boss Bandit,
no way to get back on offense.
Dude, the Boss Bandit is like the only card that's not in an evolution, and you have to overspend every time. Like, she's so broken. Come on, Ian! One more game, Ian! You got this!
In any of these games.
Wait, Graveyard, maybe?
Immediate mortar, immediate Ice Spirit at the bridge. He wants
nah, but it would probably be Evo
Knight.
Knight.
Figure out what his opponent's using so he can begin to outplay.
Yeah, if it was Graveyard, it would have been Evo Knight. It's minor.
Cards plus Ice Whiz could mean mortar.
Yeah. Yeah, guards, Ice Whiz, E-Spirit. Mortar's an option. With the E-Spirit, it can't be Graveyard.
I was just going to say, with the E-Spirit
what
out,
the
Interesting.
fuck?
Yeah, roll a Giant then.
And
wait,
Royal
Ian has a good matchup. Guys!
We saw a similar situation. Look at Ian.
Look at Ian.
Looking out at the crowd. Talking
Ian has
to
a
the
good
crowd,
matchup.
Literally in the middle of the match, talking to the crowd. This was a similar matchup to what we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
When we saw,
yeah.
It was
I know
the end of the day.
About.
Yeah, I think it was
Monk,
Sam.
RG versus
It was
Tesla.
Sam.
I think it was Sandbox, yeah. And
dude, Ian has Tesla and guards.
Does Lucas have the lightning? I think
Ian
the
has
lightning
a good matchup.
is definitely what you want in this sort of matchup, so you can help break through those Teslas. And the fireball is just really not going to do the job.
So Ian going complete control here. Lucas going back to
bro. Ian's the first pro to ever talk to the crowd during a
out
game.
There in the world.
That's insane.
We'll see if he can figure out the equation to break through.
Come on, Ian.
Yesterday, Sam could not figure it out. Sandy played perfect D.
Delivery dropping down.
Good defense, man.
Everything. And that's why we saw
no
Ian
damage.
drop the Ice Spirit the bridge first.
Let's go, Ian.
Getting that Evo Ice Spirit cycle to time it perfectly for when the
Chat,
RG
defense is going to be so
there.
easy for
He's
Ian.
able
He
to
has
really
so much
control the
good
defense.
answers.
You don't know what to play, cycle your cheapest Evo. I learned that from watching Juicy J.
Shout out to Andrew, dude. Always making me smile on stage. In an E-Spirit here, going to continue to apply pressure. And I guess the biggest thing to I really think about here is if I'm Lucas, if I'm the RG player, how am I going to break through? We really saw, Sandbox really lock it down in yesterday's game. And I think Lucas knows best. RG the bat.
I was just going to say, I think what you got to try to do is start getting those double RGs out.
I would have never even thought about doing that. That's interesting.
25-78, lowest tower on the board. Lucas getting a little bit more in with that Monk reflection, bringing that tower down to 27-41, and a miner goes to the back. Yep.
Monk gonna drop. He wants to prevent any more
delivery.
rockets on
This is
tower,
easy
using that
defense for
ability to
Ian.
Advantage. RG does get
What?
one hit
What?
from
What?
Lucas, starting to even up this match.
And a high Tesla here to make
Absolutely not.
And one of the things about losing that 3-card cycle is these RG
High
decks
Tesla is so smart from
RGs out on the
Lucas.
board.
Oh no.
And Evo RG coming in. Ian spending everything he can, but that RG does retarget.
Wow.
The Monk! The Monk!
Oh, wait, the Monk is
Testing
being
for the
paid
Monk.
for. The Monk
And the
gets
Monk's
the
on
power
tower.
on tower. That is game-changing damage. Even with the Fireball to prevent breakthrough, he needed that to happen.
And a huge slap, I guess, from the Monk.
Lucas tried to predict Rocket there.
2065
Or Miner.
2186.
Icewiz does pick up the Miner. Insane. Snowball's going to try to push everything away, and the Miner does start to connect.
2034, 1985 to 2065, neck and neck. Lucas cycles his non-Evo RG to the left-hand side as another Miner comes in. Guards close enough to turn around.
2 Monks on the board now, trying to break through. Icewiz plus Log trying to get rid of the guards as well. This Evo Tesla continues to be a defensive menace.
And that delivery, I believe, hits the Icewiz
No.
and the RG. RG on the left gets a shot. Now RG
No.
on the right coming in. Evo RG, Tesla comes in just in time.
My goodness, we are heading into triple extra.
What a
overtime
game. The
fight.
guards!
Oh, Knight barely gets down for the guards. 3 Knights on the board for a split second. The Knight gets a little bit of chip here, and Lucas starting a Monk in the back, once again trying to prevent Rocket value.
1784, 2065. Lucas needs to make something happen in the next 50 seconds, but having a tough time doing it. Ian doesn't even need to
Please don't lose,
cycle.
Ian.
Guards a little bit late. That could be game-changing damage with the Miner connecting. Lucas needs the double RG to break through. And wow, and he tries to predict the Monk with the Rocket, but he doesn't get it.
I don't know.
This is Lucas's time.
Yeah, maybe going for a little bit too much, but probably recognizing he can get back to that second Tesla, no problem. There it is. Now we need another RG,
Please
but
don't
Lucas
lose.
can't find a way to break through.
Nice, Ian!
Wow, another Monk at the bridge.
Nice,
20
Ian!
seconds on the clock.
20
We'll see
seconds,
another
Ian.
RG
He's
soon.
got to play defense on the left, Juicy. He can't just let it go. Ice Spirit, or excuse me,
Come on, Ian!
down and the guards. He can't support.
You got to rocket.
the
Ian, you have to
RG.
rocket. Rocket! Rocket!
The Rocket
Rocket!
does too much damage.
Yes! No!
Can he get it?
Yes! Yes! That's why we clutch!
Almost gets it.
That's why we clutch!
By a split second, and he's sent home by a millisecond.
Oh my goodness! Ian in the crowd erupted.
If that Monk would have abilitied, Ian would have lost.
A prediction from Lucas, literally a millisecond away from sending that rocket back to his opponent's tower.
And that
What
is
the
moment
fuck?
that's going to keep Lucas up at night until CRL 2026. Absolutely astounding.
Let's
game.
go, Ian!
Tell us what the fan favorite has to say.
Okay, congratulations on that. Wait, one more time. Give it up for Ian! Oh my goodness! Okay, obviously, that was the game of the tournament so far. I mean, talk to us about 30 seconds left, 20 seconds left, 10 seconds left. Talk to us about those final seconds.
Dude, honestly, those Evo RGs were so scary, man. Like, I knew I had a good matchup, but those Evo RGs, they kept on knocking back my guards, and I didn't have, like, a log to push back the RG. I had to put Snowball in there, but, you know, it worked out in the end. And, dude, I sent a prayer before I got on stage here, and that prayer might have overwrit that Monk's prayer just in time, so.
It clearly worked out for you. I can't
W,
stress it enough. That was
Ian.
so much fun. Okay, talk to us. Was that fun to play or just for the viewers?
Oh, I mean, it was pretty fun to play. I was pretty nervous, you know, at the end, and like this one Monk.
I love
got, like
Ian,
a shove
dude.
on my tower. I put the Knight a little bit to the side, but besides that, I'm really happy with how I played, and it was pretty nice. I didn't expect to do well after getting destroyed in game 1 with my main deck.
Yeah. But you were able to recover. Congratulations again. Hey, one more time. Give it up.
Let's go, Ian! Dude, okay. I feel terrible for Lucas, though, bro. That's like, bro, all Lucas had to do was Monk a quadrilla millisecond earlier, and he would have been able to ability.
Yeah, we hear a huge
chat.
chant in
What
the
a
crowd.
game, bro.
I mean, this is unbelievable stuff. I still cannot believe
it's Mo next.
Predicted the exact
Wait,
spot
is Mo next?
Send that rocket at the end. And
I gotta try that mortar deck. I have to. That deck is so good.
It's like the ability was there, but I guess it wasn't active yet by the time the rocket came down. Literally
Yeah, because I didn't know this, but when you monk, there's a cooldown on when you can actually put on the abilities. You have to monk, then wait, then ability. He abilitied like that was so close.
Able to get the job done.
I know. I completely agree. The log would be so much better.
Wait, what's the mortar deck?
To deal with the guards to push the RG back, but he still utilized the slow from the snowball in order to gain just
Chet, what's
a
that
little bit
mortar
of an
deck?
edge on the RG to prevent those connections left and right on tower. And then finally, the big thing to talk about here is the fireball. Lucas with the fireball instead of lightning.
Yeah.
Lightning can be more damage on tower. It's better.
Chet, that's
at
definitely
going
gonna be on TikTok.
The fireball just didn't get the job done. That Lucas
Thank you, High Score. I love you.
Worried about something like
Chat, that's definitely gonna be on
Yeah,
TikTok.
on top of that, you know, the Zappies have been.
Okay, Chad, before Mo plays, I am going to try out this new mortar deck that Mo and Ian both used in World Finals and won with. Okay. I feel confident about this deck, chat. I feel confident about this deck because this deck's pretty brain rot. All right. This is the deck Mo and Ian won with in World Finals. Copy it down, chat. This might be the best mortar deck. All right, I'm going to see if I can win. Mo did it. Ian did it in World Finals. I should be able to do it against a 1600 medals ladder player. I hope. Probably not. Good luck, man. Skelly Barrel to back? Why? Wait, chat, that boss bandit's going to cook him. Chat, that boss bandit. What? How did the bomb tower just reach the gang? Hello? Boss bandit! Dude, the boss bandit is so broken. I already did 2,000 damage. This might be the best mortar deck in the game, bro. Shout out Mo and Ian. Nice little E-Wiz here, man. Clean up the skeletons. I'm down Elixir, so I'm gonna chill. Nice, forced out, Wait, chat, look at this, look at this, look at this. This is my favorite thing to do with a boss bandit. Look at this. See that? Now she's right on the tower, man. This might be the best deck I've learned from CRL so far. I haven't even taken damage. What the heck is this? I've lost with every other pro deck I've tried. Of course, the only pro deck I win with is one with Boss Bandit in it. Let's go Mortar here. This guy probably doesn't even know I have Mortar. I'm gonna go with a Fireball here, take out the Rascal boy and the girls. Okay, we're up a lot. I could definitely still choke this though, so we have to make sure that we finish the game clean. You know what I mean? I'm gonna let that bomb go off, then Skelly Barrel. So I'm gonna do this Boss Bandit trick again. This guy keeps giving me like the best Boss Bandits ever. Oh no, that's not good. Hold on. Everybody stay calm. Electricity! E-Wiz clutches up, man. Bro, this deck's kind of cool because you have like 3 win conditions, man. Chad, I really like this deck, bro. You have like 3 win conditions. Let's see if we can get his second tower. He gave up. Nice, guys. Okay. That might be the best mortar deck in the game. All right, chat. I think Mo plays next now. We finally won with a pro deck. Finally, dude. Oh my God, Mo's on stage. Mo is on stage.
Last year, this player at World Finals sent home a world champion.
Come on, Muhammad Light!
To beat another one. Put your hands hands together for Sub!
Come on, Mo, you got this. Mods run predictions. Mo versus Sub.
And you might as well call these guys the untouchables, because that's exactly what they were yesterday, AC. We saw Mo Light come out and just do some work there against Sandbox. Of course, I've mentioned it a couple times.
Chad, Sub is one of the best players
in any set game all day yesterday. And then Sub on the other side of it, while it wasn't quite as dominant, it still felt completely one-sided. Frontier Guard came out, you know, did everything he could. It felt like he was staying in it, and then all of a sudden it felt like halfway through each of the games, Sub goes, all right, I know what you're going to do. I know how you're going to defend.
Come on, Mo.
Win, and then he did exactly that. This is going to be an exciting rematch of course, the CRL Gold Finals, where Mo 3-0'd Sub. Are you sad that I said that? Did I take that from you?
Yo, I know you didn't just talk to his coach. All right, I do have to give a special little shout out to Muhammad Light's coach. He's obviously a fantastic coach. I mean, he's been doing it for 3, 4, 5 years. You can hear him in the crowd whenever you'd like to. And yes, I mean, this is going to be an incredible set. And not enough respect given to Sub.
Chat.
We have understood.
That Mo symbol is Jiu-Jitsu Kaisen.
One of those players that can.
Chat, look.
Number 2 monthly finals.
Chad, that's JJK ball knowledge, bro. Look at Mo.
Quite stack up to
that's
2
Jiu-Jitsu
World Finals
Kaisen
championships, and of course all the stats that Rich just dropped on stage. I mean, the
let's go, Mo. Chat, I'm gonna be honest. Bet every point you have on Mo. He's not losing, bro.
Match, tournament upon tournament, Mo Light.
He's not losing. Let me see the prediction.
Let me see the prediction. And he continues to hold that crown, and we'll see if Sub can get a little bit of revenge. But it's gonna be really tough.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I mean, whenever you see that Muhammad Light is even on your side of the bracket, you
look at how many channel points are on Mo. And keep in mind, right? He's playing Sub, who's one of the best players in the world. He has like 9x the best.
Yeah. Probably not. 87% to Muhammad Light, 13% for Sub. I mean, it feels like it makes sense. Obviously, you're not going to be voting against Muhammad Light, but this really is a 70-30. Sub does have a chance.
Absolutely, Sub has a chance, and he's proved it time and time again. You know, like I said, in that CRL Cup Gold Edition, it was a
70-30.
The best of 5.
I'm going to say Sub has a
better performance than that. Let's see what we said here on the...
Here's my stats, bro. If this was a best of 5, Sub has a 5% chance of winning. If a best of 3, Sub has like a 20% chance.
I'm thinking Juicy and Rich did the exact same. Look, we all know that Sub could win this match. It's just you never bet against Mo. It never really works out. Other than what we've joked about in the past, maybe the first match of the tournament. But then even then in the lower bracket, you know he
Muhammad
can
Light
go on a run.
The GOAT of the game. Let's go.
Contained. You know, he's a guy that's very calm, cool.
I like this
we saw
music.
that yesterday, and it really worked out well against someone that was as aggressive as Frontier Guard. Now you need to do it against.
Let's go, Mo. You got this, Mo.
When to be defensive, and has
Dude,
every
Ian is doing so good today. I'm gonna text Ian.
Anyone else that's ever played the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to make a Clash Royale quiz with like 100 of the hardest interactions that only the top 0.001%, you just know Muhammad Light's getting 98 out of 100. He's getting that A+ every single time. Obviously, one of the most brilliant players, one of the most talented players. And let's get into our first game, Sub, Muhammad Light. Game number 1.
Let's go. Here we go.
Sub, pull off the
winner's
upset.
bracket. Muhammad Light versus Sub.
Muhammad Light, the inventor of wall breakers, split behind the King Tower, and that's what we're going to see. I think he introduced that in one of the other World Finals. It's just one of those things. He'll find stuff that nobody else is willing to.
And really like to see.
Wait, mirror match. Oh, Sub's cooked. Like no. Mirror match? Sub is cooked.
Already getting some good damage on tower. You can see that's already getting in Sub's head.
Protein shake.
Sub quite annoyed that he was giving up that damage. The Mighty Miner walks incorrectly, and it allows the opposing
almost a mirror
Muhammad
match.
Light to get some chip damage on the tower. Somewhat big push, but Muhammad Light is going to clean that up easily and only take a few hundred damage.
And this
Come on,
is
Mo.
incredibly similar, if not the exact deck that Mo was able to go 80 and 4 in 4 separate 20-win challenges. He did it with the Ice Wiz, Evo Skelly's Minor Wall Breakers control deck. And that's going to be a nice ability there from Sub, and a nice kite as well.
Yeah, gorgeous play from Sub. He's obviously very, very talented. Gets the right pop from the Mighty Miner, and then distracts with the wall breakers. Perfection from Sub.
Are we dead
20 from 28. to 28-56. Mo Light firmly in the lead. Not happy about how close that Mighty Miner is because of that right there. A bit of a waste of a Goblin Hut, but still going to require a response.
And we see
Gobs.
like a slight smile just because he knew that the right Spear Goblin was going to go in front. It was going to allow the left Spear Goblin to get a little bit of chip. It just immediately he understood what he was seeing.
Well, they know who's boss. And Sub goes to the back here. Completely uncontested Miner. See if Mo wants to punish back.
Ability.
A
Nice.
very beautiful prediction
Good
right there.
ability.
The bar barrel
Oh!
as well. You know that Muhammad Light was just ready for that, but those minions are going to clean up nicely. I mean, even though he got predicted, it really wasn't the end of the world.
And we see Mighty Miner in the back, cycled on the left-hand side. Now, Miner goes to the inside with the poison. That is an exceptional poison. Taking
Well
out the
played by
Scullies,
Sub.
taking out the Goblin Hut, and now we find Sub in the lead. First time so far in this game.
Yeah, Miner distracting the Spirit Goblins, having them set up on the right side, and Minion was able to take that out with the hope of the poison, and right there, late pop of the ability, but it's going to work. It's going to kill the minions.
Evo Skellies come in, poison on top for Mo here. Clean everything up, 1927, and they're just going to play this game back and forth.
Ability.
Wallbreakers, though, uncontested. Does the bomb go off in time? It does. Mo happy about that. You can see a little smile and nod to himself.
Yeah, you hear the crowd erupt as well. Nobody was really sure what was going to happen right there.
I mean, the crowd, in this crowd, there are hundreds of thousands of hours of Clash Royale played, and you're watching a guy that is a magician, a surgeon at work.
And right here, I mean, after the slow start for Sub, after taking
This
500
game is
damage,
so
he is now
close.
taking the lead. Sub has done a brilliant job of getting himself back in this game.
Mighty Miner ability, Evo Wallbreakers behind, and it doesn't, he messes up the sequencing. This is what I'm talking about. Sub can always stay in it. He looks not shaken by that Mighty Miner in the very beginning, and as you were just saying, AC, he's been able to bounce back this entire game, and now is firmly in the lead in a mirror match.
Yeah, the difference between the Cannon and the Goblin Hut has been instrumental to his success. I mean, the Goblin Hut, it's just too bulky. He's not able to get it properly. Another Mighty Miner, I mean, that time he gets it brilliantly, but 1455 forces out a response from Sub, and you know him, Mr. Consistent. He's not messing up that interaction.
Yep, you know he's on top of those Skellies, not going to get overwhelmed by other things going on the board, keeping up the pressure. Wallbreakers don't get in front of the bar, but Mighty Miner comes over on that side, has to turn around anyway. 1455, 689, Sub in control.
Right there, Bar Barrel going to be able to clean up the Ice Whiz nicely. Minions in tow going to be able to clean up the Miner as well. So 689, he needs just a little bit more damage before he can start going poison, poison, poison.
Mo putting some pressure on that right-hand side, baits out a Mighty Miner, uses the ability, then goes opposite lane. 542, 1308. Sub catches the Miner.
Sub, all the elixir in the world, he's able to get the cannon down in time, going to be able to stop those those wall breakers. And here we go. This is where it starts. 30 seconds left. He's going to go Miner, poison, cycle.
427, 1026, 24 seconds remain. Sub just needs to not make a huge mistake here. Mighty Miner getting kited back on the left-hand side. Poison down early, cannon up high. Mo Light just out of reach, AC, in game one.
Yep, Miner, poison, Miner chipping away. Gonna get the tower down to 47. It's over. Sub taking game number one, trying to upset
Mohamed Light, and the crowd with some mixed reactions here. Not sure what really happened. Obviously happy to see a great game, but a lot of...
Dude, I think the Goblin Hut versus Cannon was not good for Mo.
Sub locked in, dialed in, makes a mistake early on. AC, you've been a pro player. It was some time ago.
Mo can't really outcycle the Cannon, but Sub can outcycle the Hut.
Early on against someone that good, how do you bounce back the way that Sub did?
Yeah, I mean, you have two ways to go. The first way, which is the way that I often did, was panic, not continue to make those mistakes. But then you have that second one.
It's not over. It's only 1-0.
Separates these pros. Yes, I made a mistake, but look, I have the Cannon. He has the Goblin Hut. How do I use that to my advantage?
It's only 1-0, Chad. It's only 1-0.
I can do all the right things. I mean, every single placement was perfect. He was getting predictions on the Evo Skellies. He was just so in control of what his opponent was going to respond with. It felt like that was just it felt like that was Muhammad Light on the other side.
Damn, so they used
knew what he was going to do.
I couldn't agree more, and I loved the use
a lot
of
of the same
Miner
cards
from both players.
Sub's deck was
cycled
quicker,
Mighty Miners
though.
to catch Miners, to use it to take out wall breakers. There was such great predictive gameplay, but Sub was just a couple steps ahead one time. Mo messes up the sequencing, and the double wall breaker evolution connects, and that was where the game was blown wide open.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put up YouTube chat. YouTube, I got y'all.
3 jobs every single time they were placed on the map. You had to take out the Miner, then you had to pop the ability to get the wall breakers, then you're trying to protect your
YouTube,
wall
I got y'all,
breakers,
boys.
And so that's why the cannon was so powerful, because you just need that cycle. You need to get to the next card, you need to get to your next Mighty Miner.
And obviously not a 100% mirror match, but very, very similar there. And it's those small pieces that really do make the big difference, whether it's something like minions, the Goblin Hut, the cannon, and then really taking advantage of recognizing the position that it puts your opponents in, and then taking advantage of that. And we saw Sub do that time and time again. And just an excellent showing in game one. And I love that he comes out and runs that deck, right? Yep. Mo, that's basically his favorite deck in the game right now. Sub comes out and goes, I'm not scared. You want to do a minor poison mirror match?
Mo's not going to lose, don't worry, chat.
It's just so impressive. I love that deck choice from him in game number one. Obviously, I have to give a shout out to his coach, his team, because, I mean, they are a unit.
Come on, Mo, let's go!
Yeah. And just getting ready here for game number two, just about to go underway. Can Sub pull off a sweep against the GOAT, or will Momo bounce back? Here we go.
Come on, Mo.
Game two.
Let's go, Mo! E-Spirit.
And that is a look that we know well from Mohamed Light. We've seen it any time, basically, that he's lost.
Royal Giant.
Locked in that next game.
Nice. Good timing.
Right there, perfect timing with the log.
Royal Giant versus Goblin Drill.
Second. It's always, you just don't know what's going to happen, but right there, just perfection.
We've seen that drill timing be an issue for certain players throughout the competition. Can't imagine Mo will make that mistake more than once, if even that.
Whew. And the Hunter takes out all the goblins with the help of the Royal Ghost, and that's going to force out more and more of a response. Tesla plus Berserker going to put in work, but this RG could be scary.
And look,
nice!
He already knows that E-Spirit, the guards are going to
nice!
get up, and that's already
nice!
A beautiful
Mo doesn't lose, man!
Of Sub's defense. Everything about that was absolutely perfect. He saw the overspend or overcommitment on the left. He saw the only way to defend on the right.
How does he
and
just
he
destroy
absolutely picks it apart,
like that?
and that's why he's Mo Light.
Yeah, and that's why I don't like goblins in this meta right now. I feel like it's a little too easy. They don't do enough DPS. Still easy to take out. And I mean, Sub, he's gonna keep playing. It's not over till it's over. But this is looking like it's real trouble for him.
And Mo, I almost wonder if he's playing for the camera here, acting like he's trying to figure something out. Maybe figuring out what he wants to run.
At the camera right there
in game three. I can imagine that's maybe where his head is at, knowing that game two is essentially locked at this point. Only a minute and 13 seconds remain. Momo's taken almost no damage, and he does have an incredibly defensive deck.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool thing to point out, because you have to assume both of these players know the end result of this game. They're going to take the next minute and a half, not because they think that they can come back, and you know, maybe they can, so of course they're going to try, but the main thing is, what am I going to do for deck number three? How do I get away and give myself an advantage going into that final game?
Honestly, that's exactly what I'd be
Chat,
doing.
how does he win so fast like that?
I would just let this game, you know, we don't have draws like they do in chess. We don't have resignations, I mean, and I don't think that's what Sub would do anyway, because you're going to use this time to think about what you want to do in game three.
Okay, chat, I want to rewind that and see why he won. Because, like, Sub overspent, but I don't even know how he got him to overspend. I actually want to watch that back. He 3-crowd him, it's over.
That 100th of a second, it's always, you just don't know what's going to happen, but right there, just perfection.
Okay, so he went Royal Ghost.
Drill timing be an issue.
And then this was interesting. He went Hunter over here. That way it can support the Royal Ghost after it kills the Berserker.
For certain players.
Okay, so the Hunter kills the Berserker. So Mo has 7 elixir on the board with 5 in his hand. Sub has 3 elixir on the board. So Sub has around 11 total elixir. Mo has around 12. Or no. Yeah, 12.
Throughout the competition. Can't imagine Mo will make that mistake more than once, if even that.
Oh, it was those bad goblins. Those goblins is what cooked him. Because he basically just punted 2 elixir to nothing.
Whew. And the Hunter takes out all the goblins with the help of...
So then Mo instantly knew, like, okay, well, goblins are like his best answer for Royal Giant. So he Royal Gianted the bridge.
The Royal Ghost, and that's going to force out more...
And then he spammed guards because he knew he was up.
And more of a response.
And then Sub's just out of elixir while Mo has 9 on the board.
Tesla plus Berserker going to put in...
Okay, that makes perfect sense. It was just the bad goblin.
To that. me.
All right, chat. Game 3.
A little bit better, but when you're on the big stage against
Mo versus Sub.
It seems like
Game 3, chat. I'm gonna go pee. Mo versus Sub.
They know how to break through immediately. I think if there was any sort of ground tank, I mean, obviously, like, I'm just gonna say Valkyrie because that would have been a perfect way to respond. You know, you're not gonna get that aggressive, but Mo saw, okay, I know what he's running. I know what this drill deck is. I know he's got goblins because he played it earlier, and then that's just over.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's what we saw when Lucas was going against Igor. He used the slower log bait deck so that way he could have the Berserker and the Valk give him an answer to whatever he's going against. I would have liked to see the same.
So we'll be curious to see, and we'll keep track of that as the weekend goes on. Another day and a half of competition to see if this drill deck gets a little bit of a change or a facelift, if you will. We obviously know things evolve over the weekend, and obviously since we have a minute right now, let's talk about the weekend and your predictions. Event.supercell.com/Clash Royale. That's how you get your 2025 spectator badge. That's how you get the Evo Skelly emote at the end of the road. Get those predictions in. Obviously have one more day of competition after this. And right now, this is a tough one to predict. I mean, we all went Mo Light, maybe feeling a little silly after game 1 with how well Sub played, and then reminded why we picked him in game number 2. Now it's about what are they going to bring out in game number 3. Obviously, both these guys, we have not seen a lot of decks played by them because they have been so successful and they had that first round bye.
Yeah, that's right. That's actually a great point. Both players going 2-0 yesterday. Those were their only sets.
Let's go,
now
chat.
They're back on the stage. And here we go. Game number 3. Sub and Muhammad Light.
Game 3, Tombstone, Lava Hound, or Graveyard.
No, I don't think so.
First Tombstone of the day.
We've seen the cage a few times.
Lava Hound, Lava Hound.
We've seen Tombstone.
Or maybe Graveyard Freeze. Graveyard Freeze?
And Evo Bomber. I also don't think we've seen Evo Bomber this weekend. So Mo and Alan innovating here in game 3.
E-Giant.
Yeah, Evo Bomber, one of those where like 70% of the time it's not going to do anything, but the 30%, it'll just win you games.
Man, when it first came out, that was absolutely devastating card. It was a Magic Archer throwing a nuke. And a nice King Tower activation there. Sub showing a version of bait.
And right there, just brilliance with the Goblin Barrel, protecting himself. Yes, Muhammad Light is going to activate the King Tower, but not before giving up a ton of damage. Sub taking a pretty massive lead. No NATO in cycle, so that's also going to force out a Bomber in response. And that's going to do pretty well. No shot from the Ghost.
And looking for the log, or excuse me, looking for something with that log, but instead Mo goes with the better route. Inferno up high, barrel back in, gonna get a little more damage on that tower. 1899.
I don't think Mo has anything for the barrel
on the Brazilian side.
Goblin Hut to defend the Berserker. Goblin Hut doing a great job because the Berserker takes so long, 2 swipes to take out the Spear Goblins. I mean, you gotta wonder about Muhammad Light's deck. There's a couple options. There's the E-Giant, and wow, what a
that
dash.
That is a great dash, and it does feel
nice
like
Tombstone
E-Giant.
for the barrel. Really good.
And there it is. E-Giant soaks up the Evo Ghost. Still taking some shots from that barrel. Now it's time for Sub to defend. Evo Bomber goes out right side.
Yeah, frustrated beyond belief, taking a lot of damage, and with 1 minute left, I need to take another look at that. The Bomber doesn't shoot the right Goblin. I think the tower took it out. Just everything going Sub's way, and a beautiful King Tower activation. No chip damage, and this is the reason why I'm not a huge fan of Bomber. There's too many matchups you don't get any value.
And obviously, Cannoneer, a great way to match up against E-Giant, but you know what also works is having 3 towers. Princess Towers getting on top of that E-Giant. Going to pull it to the center here. Dark Goblin, you get NATO'd in.
Oh!
Inferno Drag, a little scary. And the guards come down last second. You heard a couple gasps there in the crowd. High Ghost, making sure that Golden Knight can't get on top of tower. Inferno getting a little bit scary. And a beautiful cleanup here from Sub. At most takes a couple shots and a dash.
I mean, that was perfection. Muhammad Light thought that the game was over. Half the crowd thought, okay, maybe it was just me, but the Inferno Dragon was...
It was scary.
It was scary, beautiful Ice Spirit. The Inferno Dragon was on to the wrong card. The Ice Spirit delays and resets the Inferno Dragon's charge.
And another Goblin gets on tower there, 8:57.
Bro, no way, right?
Only a minute 48 remains, but we all know E-Giant can take a game in a moment. One good push, a nice NATO, a good lineup with the Evo Bomber, a Golden Knight connection. So many ways for Mo to take this game. He goes guards opposite. I like that. No good way to stop him. Barrel in, Tombstone high.
Yeah, that's what Muhammad Light was trying to do earlier. The bomber placed perfectly right there. Beautiful Golden Knight dash. The MVP for subs so far has been these Dart Goblins. It's just getting so much value.
Guards once again to distract. Royal Ghost up high. Momo's running out of time and options. Sub goes barrel right into the back here.
No,
and the Golden Knight goes backwards. A gift from the Clash Royale gods. Is that what Mo needs to turn this around? High Inferno. Fireball in.
Beautiful fireball right there. Goblin Hunt to take the E-Giant into the middle. Guards are going to be low, but the Bomber's going to be able to help out. Needs the Ice Spirit reset, and he's going to do that again.
Wow.
Perfectly. We keep hyping up all these maybes from Muhammad Light, but Sub on the other side, he's just doing it. He's got it done.
Perfect interactions from Sub time and time again. Resetting the Inferno, getting the guards down last second. Royal Ghost up high to stop the Golden Knight charges. Everything is so clean, but it just takes one. 33 seconds remain. Double barrel in.
Gets the prediction with the Golden Knight, gets the left tower safely, but this Inferno Dragon is going to do nothing. 26 seconds left. He's going to be able to have another... he has another hut. I don't think Muhammad Light has a shot.
I don't think there's any way. Goblins get on top of tower again. Not within fireball range. Guards up high to block. Dark Goblin down low. Dark Goblin down low, that should get on tower. The Golden Knight's on tower, but there's not enough time. And Mo Light is going to have to repeat a lower bracket run to be the first and ever three-time world champ. Sub gets it done. And absolutely incredible stuff here from Sub. Taking in the crowd, taking in the moment. And this crowd is shocked. You see some sad faces, some with dismay. We'll see what Sub has to say. Rich, the biggest upset of the tournament. Talk to me about it.
All right, Sub, let's start with the obvious. You just beat the world champion here on the big stage. How are you feeling? What are you thinking right now?
Então, vamos começar pelo óbvio. Você acabou de bater o campeão mundial. Como você está se sentindo agora?
Não tenho palavras para descrever. Estou muito feliz. Eu acho que colocar essa felicidade em palavras, acho que eu vou ficar aqui até amanhã. Então, mas eu estou muito nervoso ainda. Então, é muita felicidade.
I'm shaking right now. I'm so nervous. I can't have words enough to express my glad. So I'm really confident and glad to bet him.
Well, speaking about nerves, game number 2 was absolutely devastating. You got blown up very quickly. How did you mentally recover from that, and what were you thinking for game 3?
Falando em nervoso, você no segundo jogo acabou perdendo, então imagino que deve ter sido difícil se recuperar. Como foi para você se recuperar e como foi usar as últimas cartas contra o Mohamed?
A minha escolha de deck do segundo jogo não foi boa, o meu início de jogo também não foi bom. Mas antes de começar, de vir pra cá, o meu coach falou pra mim ter a mentalidade de não importa o que aconteça,
Wait, so that means
foca até o final. Então eu acredito que eu
Mo's in the losers bracket now?
Eu já estava me preparando pro terceiro jogo.
Does he play again today?
So when I start the game, it was so difficult for me. I have a really tough beginning of the game, but I just put in my mind with my coach, what my coach said to me, that don't mind. You need to focus and just focus in the third battle, you will be fine.
Well, speaking of that third match and your coach, Jose V, I know that you guys have worked a lot on deck picking. Game 1, Log is out.
Mo
Game
plays
2, Bar
Ian.
Barrel is out. Talk to me about that bait deck and the great pick that you made for Game 3.
Então, no primeiro você perdeu o Log, no segundo você perdeu o Bar Barrel. Como que foi para você escolher o terceiro deck? Como foi a escolha do terceiro deck?
A escolha do terceiro deck foi... Ele tinha gastado muita coisa, ele tinha gastado o tronco, então ele tinha gastado muitas coisas boas contra o Gigant Chow, então eu tinha uma ótima escolha de bait para o terceiro game.
So I waste so many cards on the first battles, and the third I need to pick a big one, so that was my
Well, there we go. Sub, great work. We'll see you in our next round. One more time for Sub.
And a great showing for Sub makes a difficult day for Ian as Mo moves to the lower bracket. Well, he'll be facing off against Ian 77, so a mountain to climb ahead of him. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves as Sub pulls off the biggest upset of the tournament. AC, talk to me about what went so well for the Brazilian.
I mean, a lot of it comes down to the deck composition. Game number 3, I mean, he just outplayed him with the decks. The Goblin Barrel was so beautiful. I mean, we saw it very beginning of the game. He was going Goblin Barrel on the side, knowing his opponent had NATO. It was just, he was 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps ahead of his opponents. And then a lot of it comes down to the Dark
Which deck should I try?
Of his Dark Goblins. Okay, yes.
Bro, that E-Giant deck looks so hard to use.
Beautiful Ice Spirit when you have the Inferno Dragon at a full. I mean,
which deck should I try?
Was perfection. You could just break it all down. I was so impressed. I've been so impressed with Sub.
The micro and the macro was just absolutely exceptional.
Which deck?
You talk about the understanding of how your opponent wants to break through with E-Giant, making sure that Dark Goblin is far enough away. The only thing he's actually getting pulled in together with that NATO is just, you know, the Hut and the Dark Goblin. And then the guards come in, and the Royal Ghost is up high to make sure to catch that Golden Knight. And just like I was talking about, Mo Light down in the lower bracket. He's done it before. Can he do it again? Sub moves on to our upper set.
Okay, so next up is Adriel versus Pedro. Then Mo versus Ian. And then... yeah, okay, I see. All right, chat, we got like 5 minutes before our next game. Chat, let's try... Should I try E-Giant? I'm going to try a good E-Giant deck. How about this one? One that's easier to use. So I'm going to try E-Giant. All right, so the next game is Adriel and Pedro in 5 minutes. All right, I saw a pro use this deck yesterday. Good luck, man. I should activate King. Wait, why did he only hit some of the skeletons? I'm so confused. Why did the E-Giant only hit some of the skellies? That doesn't make any sense. What? Are you fucking kidding me? Bad night. Wait, he did not mean to do that. That was a mistake. Nice! Oh my god. Nice! Nice! I'm in the lead, bro. That was a bad night. He's gonna go... He missed the mortar! He missed the mortar! Yes! Save the bar barrel for the skelly barrel. Nice. What a comeback, guys. Let's go, dude! Good comeback. Chat, we just won with E-Giant, bro. And then the game before, we won with the Mortar Boss Pan attack. Good game, man. Ah, let's go. Let's go. Okay. Next game, chat. Adriel versus Pedro. Chat, Adriel versus Pedro. Adriel versus Pedro, chat. Who do y'all got?
This matchup has so much going for it, Josh. We have a runner-up for our world championship
3 minutes.
a couple years ago.
Run the
in
predictions.
Pedro.
Let's go.
And the guy who's been getting so much buzz. Everyone was talking about him last night after his performances. Adriel, poised to make big waves at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely one of those matchups where it's so close between the two. You look at history, you might say Pedro, he was able to finish second at the World Finals. That's obviously incredibly impressive. Adriel, he's been competing for forever. I mean, and he's just so stoic. You love to watch him play, and you love to talk to him as well. He'll say two things, you'll smile, you'll walk away, and it's a great conversation every time.
As these guys get ready, of course, reminder for everyone, a win here puts you just 2 match wins away from the world title. We just saw Sub take a step closer. Now, of course, Sub and Pedro, best friends. They spend so much time together, also with the exact same coach. So if Pedro gets through here, we'll have 2 best friends playing in the upper bracket final, but both of them for the first time here without support.
Yeah, that is always a lot of fun talking about the players when they have the same coach. Take a look at the head notes real quick. 13.
Let's go, bro.
6-7 in 2025. A lot going on between these 2 players, and both of these players just they've been the favorites since it started. They're one of those top 3, top 4 every single time. It's the general consensus.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that head-to-head, of course, anything can happen in a given best of 3, and we've seen just about everything happen in a best of 3 over and over again. The big question for me, Josh, as we start with this one, is we know how aggressive of a picker Jebez is on one side, and we also know that it's been kind of the comfort master on Pedro's side. So we'll talk more about that matchup in a moment. Let's first take a look at your predictions for this matchup here, and we're getting it pretty close, 55-45. I am not surprised by that razor-thin margin.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have to give a shout-out to the community. I was wondering if it was going to be 70-30 for Adriel.
Chat, I went with Pedro. This is your second bag of chip, by the way? Yeah, bro. It's my second bag of chips. You're not fat enough? Bro. Okay, it's actually my 3rd bag, but chat, it's 65% less fat. It's healthy, dude. It's literally healthy, dude.
Pedro has typically been someone who's very good in his comfort range. And the one thing I don't want to see him do here in this matchup is go miner or go drill. Because I have a very strong suspicion that his opponent is looking to cover both of those decks.
Yeah, and I'm really not too worried. I think day 1, every single day is going to be different. The meta will emerge, and you're allowing your star player. Look, Pedro is a star. He's a superstar, really. So you can have a bad matchup, you can still win. Even though he was going against Lucas, you still just give him your best decks. We're at day 2 now, though. You have to think of something different. I expect something different from both these players.
You gotta bring the heat. Let's see it. Game number 1, Adriel, Pedro, let's go.
Chat.
Snowball from Pedro. That
after this game is Mo versus Ian.
You might be going in the direction of drill here.
Yeah, and right there, the poison. That poison placement always scares me. I know it's not going to activate King Tower the entire time. I'm holding my breath waiting for it to activate.
Zappy's feeling like Royal Giant for Adriel.
Ice Wiz cycled from Pedro. This could be that minor poison with the minions. Goblin Hut. We've seen him run.
Chat, a lot of pros have used this deck. I want to try this deck too, Giant Skelly.
Adriel on the other side. Could be going RG. Still looking like it. The Giant Skeleton says a lot about your deck.
RG Giant Skeleton was such a combination for a long time during that period where Giant Skeleton was absolutely just frightening. We've seen some GS today, but obviously not as devastating as it once was.
A lot of pros have used this Giant
Ghost
Skeleton deck.
By
it's really weird. It's a weird deck.
The Mother Witch is going to be able to put in a decent amount of work. The Ghost is kind of going to get stuck, and it's going to spawn some piggies. But because it's the clone piggies, it's going to be taken out real easily.
Dude, the Mother Witch just went off. Ice Wiz up top.
Oh my God.
Arrow to support here. This is going to put a lot of pressure on Pedro, and he is very low on Elixir.
Yeah, that was huge, quick reaction with the arrows. It's going to force out another response from Pedro. Just a pretty big mistake, and it's going to allow Adriel to start off the game really well.
You just see how much Pedro had to spend for that one Mother Witch. You know, the longer you can keep a troop like that,
Adriel's deck looks
especially
good,
at
bro.
just 4 elixir, the value ticks up, up, and up.
I mean, Adriel's entire plan was to make it to double elixir, and he's only taken 158.
Yeah, I'm gonna try
He's
Adriel's deck.
So good about this start.
After
right
their match.
Here, how does he want to defend? Going to go with the Skarmy. Evo Snowball is going to put in a little bit of work, but it's an easy response with the arrows.
Yeah, arrows right there to clean that up. Pedro kind of going full send, and you look at the board, Adriel has a full giant skeleton on, and they're pretty even on elixir.
And right here, Adriel recognizing the matchup and how he has to attack it. He's not going to go in with the RG. He's just going to reset. I'm wondering if he's waiting till, I mean, triple elixir maybe? I'm wondering how he wants to approach this. I feel like he thinks that this isn't a great matchup.
Goblin Hut down. Fisherman trying to get it out of the way. And that's a good bit of poison value on the right-hand side.
Wow, that Skeleton King putting in so much work. Body blocking to perfection and staying away outside of the bomb are Pedro's troops. That was a beautiful defense, beautiful response from Pedro.
You see Pedro now sending the 2 zappies to the left. Does want to maybe split up the poison damage as it comes in. Not going to get involved here. We're in sudden death overtime. This has been one of the slowest games, one of the most careful games we've seen yet, Josh.
Yeah, Giant Skeleton on defense. You do have to wonder about that Evo Snowball. The Zappies do come down in time. This is going to be fat poison value, taking out the Zappies plus the Fisherman. And
he's got to put down an RG eventually.
Offense. Not once has he had any sort of aggressive push. Right here, Mother Witch at the bridge, trying to get a little bit of pressure. But again, it's just so simple, and he misses the arrows. These Evo Skellies could provide a little bit of danger, but not going to be the case.
Lead right now for Pedro, untouched on his towers. There hasn't been any spell value for Adriel, and no getting to the second level yet either.
Just looks like
Dude,
Adriel's
this is the most passive I've ever seen somebody use Royal Giant.
No answer for him. I don't know if he's supposed to start cycling RGs, what not. It just doesn't make any sense. This defense is so strong from Pedro.
And there haven't been a whole lot of drills here either. The drill damage has been quite minimal. The poison, kind of the MVP so far.
Whoa!
But look at this,
Whoa.
Royal Giant getting in. Snowball on defense, and that might open up the next cycle for Adriel.
Yeah, right here, he could go back
Whoa.
again with another bridge RG. I do expect that to happen on the right side. But no, the defensive poison, Adriel's going to try and win one bridge battle and go in aggressive.
Giant Skeleton in front, needs to get that Royal
Whoa.
Giant down. 20 seconds left. Pedro still
big
with the
push.
lead, 23-54. Lots of ground to make up. Arrows in. Royal Giant gets
Wait, what?
pushed away from the hut. Oh my word!
Goodness.
Royal Giant gets pushed away from the hut. It keeps on shooting. Oh my word! This drill is everything. Not gonna be enough. Adriel breaks through in the final seconds and takes game number 1.
What
Did we
the
just see what
fuck?
we just saw? Adriel should not have been able to win that. There was no chance. I put that at a 1% likelihood. He just got lucky that it gets. I mean, it's better to be lucky than good. The RG should not have been able to do that.
I don't know if we can get the replay of that
Dude,
final
what
moment
the
to look
hell?
at later, but that was so critical. You have the mass of the giant skeleton, and I believe it was trying to target a troop on the outside,
Yes.
away from the Goblin Hut, push the Royal Giant to the outside.
Yeah, I'm definitely trying
get it
that
to
deck.
Sneak on by, and we used to see that kind of play with RG Giant Skeleton
I'm
a
definitely
lot,
trying that
where you'd
deck.
have that stack pushing the RG into different spaces. This time in 2025, coming through huge for Adriel in the final seconds.
Yeah, we take a look at the decks, and I mean, really, this is as close to 80-20, 90-10 as you can really get for Pedro. You have to play it to perfection, and that's exactly what he was doing. He was defending, he was controlling the entire
Somebody
map,
said pass
not getting too
Royale
aggressive with poisons. I don't know if we
RG
saw
in the
more
clan.
than one offensive poison throughout the entire game, but it just comes down to the singular mistake. The RG able to get pushed.
Dude, I'm
by
definitely
giant
trying that deck.
by that giant skeleton. And next thing you knew,
What the heck?
we were saying congratulations, Adriel.
Yeah, I mean, what a huge
Bro,
events
what
there.
the
You had
heck?
And Pedro in such a great spot.
Time to get a water, I'll be
so
back.
Long,
What a win, bro.
Just to have it taken away.
What a
in
win,
the final
dude.
moments. You heard the crowd, you heard us, of course, as that one just slipped through his fingers. Of course, neither player on the chopping block here in this upper bracket matchup. They both have that one life to give, but the path is so much easier, especially when you know on the other side of the bracket, on that lower side, you have both Mohamed Light and Ian. One of those two is going to be in your way for sure. Not to mention, the one who drops down here would face Sandbox.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be just a brutal beat. It's going to be so difficult to get past that path. And yeah, I mean, we got a best of one for, you know, however much money, but also just you're going to feel so much better in that upper bracket.
Well, thinking about choices now here in sort of Pedro's tendencies, we see the Royal Ghost out on the other side. I have a feeling that Pedro might go in the direction of Royal Giant. Just got beaten up by Royal Giant a little bit. That's kind of what I'm calling here.
Chat, there's been a lot of crazy wins today,
I think RG is
the best win of the day was Ian against Lucas, though. That was crazy.
It's really like a control cycle hybrid kind of deck, and you know, RG's definitely a fantastic option for him.
Well, we'll see what these guys have cooking up here in just a couple of moments as game number 2 is almost ready. Adriel on the precipice of that next step. Can Pedro stay alive? Game 2, let's go. And Pedro does go with his own ghost.
I mean, incredibly quick reaction time with that cage. It would have taken me another 0.3 seconds. He just got it down on the map.
And Exy.
Yeah, a couple options with the Executioner. We're probably looking at Drill, but we've seen a few different things, and there we go. It's going to be the RG instead from Pedro.
And the main counter's not in. You expect the NATO is there. Yup, there we have it. When you see both that Baby Dragon and the Golden Knight, you expect to have the Tornado. So with the Goblin Cage out, still able to hold off against the Royal Giant is Adriel, first minute away. And it's a little bit of chip in both directions.
So pops the ability, but still is forced to drop an Ice Wizard onto the map to take care of that ghost. Pedro in a good position, has the XE Evo in cycle as well. So Pedro feeling really good about the start.
Puts the Berserker in the back. Baby Dragon in reply for Adriel.
Baby, give me one more chance. All right, chat, I'm back. Pedro versus Adriel. After this game, we have Ian77 versus Mohamed Light.
2 cards. Could be a couple of different decks. We've seen a lot of Golem this weekend so far. Maybe a little bit of E-Giant. So, still
bro, Ian versus Mo is going to be peak.
Well,
E-Giant versus Royal
big
Giant.
beatdown deck, that Evo Executioner going to be helpful.
Ooh, and this could be huge, but a really nice Ice Wiz. This is a lot on the board, though. A good NATO, but the Fisherman is going to yank it. I'm wondering, and the Ghost keeps spawning more ghouls.
And Royal Giant going wild.
He needs
Second verse, a lot like the first. Royal Giant putting in tons of work on Adriel's right-hand tower.
Pedro just won,
Brawler is going to be able to take it out. Another XC cycled near the bridge. He's going to be able to pop something in front, keep it alive. Evo Baby Dragon in response.
Pedro won.
And the Baby Dragon plus the Bar Barrel should be able to defend that nicely, but he's going to need one more. Whether it's a Tornado or the Gob Cage, he actually might need a second.
Golden Knight trying to work, maybe
Wait,
turn this into some
E-Giant
sort of
the bridge,
counter push.
maybe?
Will win the bridge fight. Golden Knight now to be picked up by the Evo Executioner.
Nah. Pedro won. Bro, I didn't even see
Beautiful
the
timing right there. Adriel still has not played 2 cards. You have to wonder what we should be looking at.
E-Giant and Lightning.
In cycle should be able to beat up that RG that is placed inside. No shot right there.
Well, he's having to play so much at the bridge, and with all these big cards, you expect that it's something really heavy, maybe an E-Giant, maybe a Golem, and he just doesn't have any ability to get that going in the back because every bit of Elixir is trying to defend bridge fights.
Yeah, and Pedro's doing such a good job of making sure that he's placing the Executioner as often as possible. He knows that his opponent is trying to run a heavy deck, and we finally see it from Adriel. Golem in the back right finally has his opportunity, and with 1 card not shown, you have to assume it's Lightning.
And there's the Lightning. Can the Golden Knight take this off the board? Gets it done.
Oh my God.
Now Golem, and the Golden Knight's protecting the Golem here.
Missed is the tornado. The Fisherman is probably going to be able to yank. Oh,
a lot of damage.
Activates the ability. Everything going wrong for Adriel, but this is quite a bit of chip damage. Gets the tower down to 13-11, and all of a sudden, even though a couple things went wrong, it's a game again.
Yeah, it is certainly a game. Does he go Lightning to clear here at the board? RG goes the opposite side. Cage should be sufficient. And that Fisherman
Speedy
a little
Golem.
bit late, and it looks like it's just going to be Adriel opting to eat the damage. Lightning trying to clear everything. Not going to clear enough, though.
And right there, the Ghost activating a couple more ghouls. Gets the tower down to 12-12. And now both the left and the right tower are damaged heavily.
Wait!
Cage going to be able to put in a little bit of work, but the RG is going to get 2 to maybe 3 shots. But a NATO comes out from Adriel.
Yeah, and he had to spend that NATO, but it means he can't use it on offense to connect on that right-hand side. 17 seconds left. Adriel's going to have to get a NATO Lightning situation going on. The Goblin Cage to cover. Here's what he wants. XE is high, doesn't hit the Golden Knight.
Tornado?
And you see Pedro's not going to play anything anywhere near his tower. Does not want that connection. Lightning in, but logged the opposite way. Pedro even
lost by
100.
100.
Game 3.
Yeah, Pedro played that matchup to perfection, winning by 100.
What a game! Game 3, chat!
It was really difficult. He just controlled the entire game. I mean, it's a lot like game number 1. What Pedro is doing to control the map, control the arena, it is unbelievable, and you shouldn't be able to do that to your opponent. Doing that
Pedro versus Adriel, game 3.
And now what happens
in
game number 3?
Both the people that use Royal Giant won. I don't know what they're going to use. Probably like Cycle Decks game 3?
Again, there's kind of been a rhythm, mostly in modern Clash Royale this last year or so, of you're either going 2 cycles and a beatdown or 2 beatdowns and a cycle. It's very rare to go all one way or the other, and right now Pedro kind of has that option. He can go left, he can go right.
And you have to wonder, I mean, if you're going into a game number 3 and you're asking the community now, who do you vote for? I mean, Adriel's played so well, just one little mistake, but at the other side, you know, Adriel's only used Golem, so like, you know, at least there's still a lot of things available to him.
I'm very curious if Pedro goes against type here. I do feel like that it would be a big swerve, obviously, to go that direction. You know, if he goes back and plays Miner, or he plays Mortar, or plays Mortar Miner, that does feel it'd be like the most predictable way, but you're also getting into that comfort zone, which is really nice. On the other hand, with a few of the things out, he has some pretty big options open.
Yeah, it's definitely, there's just so much going on. This is why we love Clash Royale, because there's just, there's 1,000 different answers. There's 1,000 different responses from both of these players, from both of these coaches. Who wants to go which way? We're going to see that soon, and oh boy, this is another fun day, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you think about kind of what Pedro has seen so far from Adriel, Pedro, or what he's shown Adriel so far, Pedro played Goblin Hut in game number 1, didn't play any building in game number 2, so would not be surprised to see Pedro go back and do something that has a building involved in game number 2, maybe try to get a little extra DPS on something big coming across the board, rather than looking at a potential Miner deck, something like that.
Yeah, I'd love to see.
So chat, here's my question. After watching 2 days of Pro League, what do you guys think is the best win condition in the game?
Just too predictable, but then when it comes down to it, if you're the
what do you
best
think?
in the world at something,
chat, Ian versus
go
Mo
right
is after this game.
I'm not gonna
twerk.
Sure
I'm not gonna twerk.
Well, looks like we're ready for game
RG?
number 3. Here we go.
Yeah.
The deciding stanza between.
Chat, I'm gonna be honest, bro. I think it's RG, dude. I think it's RG. I feel like RG gets used every game.
On the other side,
or
of it,
every
Adriel
match,
has
like
played
every BO3.
Heavy twice. Played Royal Giant, played Golem.
I think it's just RG,
Very
dude.
likely he goes cycle here, and Pedro has to be aware of that possibility.
Adriel cycling.
It's kind of crazy because RG only has to walk like 3 steps, and then it just starts bending your tower over.
You do have to assume it's
Cycling Earthquake? What the fuck?
A page out of Ian's book,
He's leaking!
Firecracker, still got a.
Bro, he cycled the Earthquake. How are you leaking?
Before we can actually confirm that.
How heavy is your deck?
It is Adriel playing cycle, so you have to imagine Pedro's prepared. There's a NATO and an early King Tower activation.
Bro.
Barbarrel can get back in there if there is a firecracker in this deck. Pedro goes into his strong side, and there you go, Baby Dragon against that firecracker.
So another boss bandit for this tournament. Bowler gets cycled in the back, and this is a great hog rider. And then I don't know if that was on purpose, if that's exactly what he wanted right there. Firecracker is actually damage.
The firecracker!
Everything going Adriel's way.
The firecracker is so broken. Oh my god.
And the second he saw that heavy bowler go that opposite lane, or go into the
Pedro's
strong
playing,
side lane for
is he
Pedro,
playing E-Giant
Adriel
or
just
Golem?
immediately jumped on it. And this is what he wants to do. He wants to get damage early in this matchup. Pedro's going to get stronger as the elixir begins to flow more. And so this is a great spot for Adriel to be in. Over 1,000 damage done early on. A little bit of a cushion for when he knows those big downhill pushes will begin later for Pedro.
Wow, and this is pretty insane to see how much Pedro is leaking right here. He's going to go E-Giant. I was turning around to see if that leaking was on purpose, and wow, what an interaction right there. And the boss bandit is going to go back to the E-Giant and take it out fully.
Yeah, I mean, he knew he had NATO in cycle and was just waiting for that hog to come. I'm sure it didn't touch.
Yeah, I need to look at that again. I felt like he leaked 8 or 9 elixir, and right there, I mean, you know, it's a tough matchup. These hogs, the EQs, it's so tough when they get in a rhythm.
And assuming he does have a building, right? Cannon might be in here. Now he's given up so much damage that Cannon is just earthquake fodder.
Yeah, and right there, prediction with the E-Giant up top. Knew his opponent wanted to try and get the Evo Firecracker to chip on top of the tower. Is not able to protect it, though. The Skellies plus the E-Spirit will help out a little bit. Needs to play something else, and he will protect that Evo Firecracker.
Yeah, she's just staying on the board for so long. Bowler taking care of 2 firecrackers down. And Barbarrel usually great for firecracker, but only if you can get there, and now Hog switches lanes.
Yeah, really interesting ability right there. Skeletons in front to protect the boss bandit. Forces out a cannon. That is a massive. Adriel knows that his next hog rider, yes, it's going to get NATO'd, but now NATO isn't in cycle. It's just 1, 2, 3. Who's going to figure it out, how to play the matchup?
E-Giant sets up behind the clock on the right-hand side. We are in double elixir.
Go Hog!
Adriel giving himself options as he continues to go on that opposite lane.
Yeah, slight misplay with the firecracker allows itself to get taken out by the bowler. Evo Tesla going to be able to snipe the Baby Dragon. Incredible interaction, and that's a naked NATO going on top of the Tesla instead of the tower. What does he have for this? Okay, Tesla is going to come down in time, but it's going to get a lot of chip damage onto the tower, getting it down to 2178.
Yeah, this puts it in the danger zone. Now we're getting into triple elixir. Pedro able to set up in that back corner once more. Adriel can play opposite
Bro, what a
lane.
game. Oh my god.
Defend and play in the same lane.
What a
Both
game.
of those are open right now.
Cycles the firecracker.
Bro, I love triple elixir because it's when the most mistakes are made is triple elixir.
Lightning comes down. That's another boss bandit right there, and that's going to eat away at the E-Giant, but this is a lot on the board for Adriel, and it's going to be in range of the cannon. Kind of an interesting placement from that Tesla.
Yeah,
good hog. Great hog.
Not doing great here. Needs to cycle back very quickly. NATO takes the hog into the middle. Bowler tanking. Tesla once more. Lightning.
Oh shit!
A lot of damage here for Pedro.
Yeah, and now he has to worry about the Golden Knight that's going to be dashing. He's going to go hog opposite lane. The mistake with the wall.
Pedro wins it!
Oh my! Game over. Pedro reverse sweep.
What a win from Pedro, man.
Pedro doing what E-Giant does. Holding, waiting, overwhelming. And now we're going to have an all-Brazilian upper bracket final.
Wow. Really?
What a moment for Pedro. Let's go down to the floor where Juicy is with our winner.
Wow. I mean, the first question I want to ask, in the first game, you had a good matchup, but that Royal Giant getting pushed by the Giant Skeleton was crazy. Tell me about what you were feeling in that moment.
Então, na primeira partida,
dude, yeah, he
você
did
tava
get
ali
absolutely
enroscado,
robbed
né? O
that
Royal
game.
Giant te colocou de lado, então a gente queria saber como que você superou isso.
Então, Infelizmente são jogadas que acontecem, mas a gente tem que manter o mental nas próximas partidas, então, mesmo depois disso, eu me mantive tranquilo.
Unfortunately, this kind of things happens, so I just focus on my mind and to be chill and do my job.
Wow, and then also talk to me about the mental fortitude to be able to come back from that crazy mishap and about the patience that it took to win that final game.
Então, me conta como que foi para você fazer esse revival, né? Voltar depois dessa partida tão desafiadora e como você se manteve paciente para conseguir ganhar esse jogo.
Então, eu acho que eu me mantive tranquilo o tempo todo porque eu acho que eu estou no meu melhor nível de jogabilidade de todos os anos que eu já cheguei a jogar um Mundial, até do que eu fiquei em segundo lugar. Então, realmente, foi só manter o mental e já era.
I think that I'm in my major league. I do my greatest job right now, even besides have the second places in another final world. So I still relax, and I know that I did a great game.
One more time, great answers all around. Give it up for Pedro. What a showing. Wow, what a game.
What an unbelievable round for Pedro from top to bottom.
Wow.
Especially after
chat, next is Mo versus Ian, right?
Skeleton pushed the RG to the outside. That's we've seen
all
again
right, chat.
twice.
I'm about to I'm about to try that RG deck, dude. Chat, I'm about to try that RG deck, bro. This is the deck. All right, that deck looks pretty cool. Chat, I've won 2 in a row with the pro decks. Let's make it 3. I'm gonna try it, all right? Chat, after this game is Mo versus Ian. Good luck, man. Dude, what if we have the same deck? That would be insane. Okay, we might have something similar. Wait, I can RG because he has no, Just a good Mother Witch, right? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that might have been a bad RG. I didn't think the Skarmy would take it out completely, my god. Chat, that might have been a bad RG, I'm not gonna lie. It's okay, lock in. Let me focus. Split Skarmy, take it out, take it out. Yes! Yes! Arrows? Dude, I actually think that was a bad arrows. Now I'm down so much elixir. I think I should have just ate the minions. He's gonna go, like, ability. Dude, I should have put Mother Witch in the middle. What am I doing? Go, Larry! Go, Larry! If he abilities... No! I don't know what to do. This deck is hard. Dude. Holy arrows value. Chad, this is so hard. Skarmy! The Skarmy! The Skarmy! This deck is insane! Dude, this deck is so good, oh my god! Right, it's won 3 games in a row using pro decks, guys. Let's go. 3 in a row with the pro decks, man. That deck's crazy, y'all. Chat, next up is Mo versus Ian. Mo versus
He made a lower
Ian.
bracket run in 2022 when he won his first championship. Can he do it again to win his third? Welcome back to the stage, the reigning, defending, undisputed champion.
Mo versus Ian, let's go!
Muhammad Ali!
Bro, it sucks that one of them has to get knocked out, though.
And looking to punctuate his World Finals debut with defeating the GOAT, the hometown favorite. Give it up for Ian!
This is gonna be cinema, bro. I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna be cinema.
This is almost unprecedented territory here, Juicy, because we are so used to every time
Monster
Muhammad
predictions.
steps on stage that he gets the big pop, the big cheers. And for the first time ever, we heard a fairly quiet room, and then the cheers going huge for his opponent.
I know. This is such a wild match to have the 2-time world champ going against the fan favorite. You can hear the crowd in the background. It's absolutely electric.
And you know what I haven't asked these players is when those big pops, because we've heard some roars today, are those roars breaking through those noise canceling headphones? Because the level of response, we've seen Ian
Chad,
look
it's
up
gonna
at the
be
crowd a
insane.
few times.
Yeah.
I have to assume it's there. That's the big question. When Ian has big moments, does that break through those headphones and start to rattle Muhammad Light?
Yeah, I actually talked to Ian yesterday. After
Mo
coming
versus
off a couple
Ian.
or not couple, but one loss.
Mo versus Ian. This is gonna be legitimate cinema, guys. Legitimate cinema.
But enough of it's able to leak through to really vamp him up and get him
This is
excited
gonna be
for this
crazy,
game.
y'all.
Well, he
Chad, this is gonna be insane.
Not just pumped, but also
YouTube chat, who
able
do you
to
got winning?
maintain
Twitch
that
chat, who do
certain
you got
level of calm.
winning?
You can't let the adrenaline take over and start getting you thrown off from the mission
Ian
at
versus
hand,
Mo,
and
bro.
That is beating not just one of the greats, not just some would say the greatest, but a guy who's been so comfortable in lower bracket runs.
Yeah, the other reason that I'm just ecstatic to be on the desk for this match is because leading up to the World Finals, I spectated Mo and Ian practice game after game, day after day against each other, and a lot.
I'm not gonna lie, I have Mo and Ian added on my friends list. Bro, they practice together more than anyone. Like, I see them practicing together like twice a week for the last 2 months. I'm not even trolling, just for Worlds. So the fact that they're playing each other is sad, bro, because one of them has to get knocked out. Did I just spit a chip out? Because one of them has to get knocked out, bro, which fucking sucks.
Mo, he just has so much more experience on stage.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and buck the trend here. I'm picking the hometown guy, Ian. I've heard this crowd. I have never seen a crowd like this before, and I believe that they could break through and maybe rattle the champion.
I know we talked so much about the Muhammad Light effect of being able to, or really struggling to play against Mo, but I think there's an Ian effect here today.
Well, we'll see in a little bit as these guys get their decks ready. How heavy is that Ian effect? What does it actually do for you? Does it give him that boost to beat Muhammad?
It's gonna be a good game, bro.
The mood in the room enough to shake things up? And can Ian maintain his calm, bring back what he showed us in his previous outing, and just be cool, directed, and ready? Time to find out now. maybe the most anticipated matchup of the year. Muhammad Light and Ian, let's go.
Oh my God, Bran.
We're into game one.
Holy cinema.
Locked in. Good luck from both players. And a wall breaker's in the back from Mo. I really like this play.
Not a huge surprise. Muhammad has opened with this a few times. Royal Giant is the show for Ian.
Yeah, and Mo's just going back to his bread and butter, his comfort. He won 4 20-win challenges on 4 different accounts with this Minor Poison Ice Wiz control variation.
Are you surprised to see him go here again, though, given that we essentially just had that same conversation?
You know, I'm not. I think that no matter what, you know, if you take a loss with your best deck, it's still your best deck, and you can take what you learned previously and kind of apply it into this game.
Ability does put a little bit of damage onto that Royal Ghost. Mighty Miner will finish off the Fisherman.
This is going to be crazy,
First minute away, and just a little bit of chip both directions.
Pancake Boy?
It's really interesting to see the Firecracker variation from Ian with the Royal Giant. I think it could be good, just apply some pressure, and it's going to help versus the Goblin Hunts as well.
Big connection for Muhammad. Now opens up the scoring.
Yeah, another thing to think about once again is what spell do you choose with your Royal Giant deck? In this sort of situation, I think a Fireball is a little bit... Wait, he's not... Wait, is he using
Mega Knight?
Hog? I'm not sure.
What a fascinating choice.
I thought he was using
the MK here.
Royal Giant. What the?
I kind of like it though. The Mega Knight historically does really, really well versus these ship type decks, able to defend and counter push with that big 7 elixir card. Wait.
And another connection for Muhammad.
Oh my goodness, not only getting damage on tower, but also taking out the Firecracker, preventing the counter push. Ian is really showing to start a little bit of his nerves.
We have not seen a ton of Mega Knight here. You see Ian with the oh no Goblin emote.
Classic Ian trying to get into his opponent's head. I talked to a few players. A lot of them are saying that they always mute emotes when going against Ian just to try to prevent that sort of mind games.
Wall breakers don't get through this time. Evo Mega Knight not able to take care of the hut. And now Muhammad Light starting to put on the pressure.
Evo breakers coming in from Mo on the left-hand lane. No Barbaro inside.
Oh, it's a lot of damage.
Evo wall breaker connection. Oh my goodness.
Bro, I don't want either of them to lose, bro. This like sucks.
Double hut down. Regular Mega Knight into a Mighty Miner.
I really like the use of the Goblin Hut to pull the Fisherman in to allow the Mighty Miner to do work on those Mega Knights, but here comes the Evo.
And now Royal Giant behind.
Mighty Miner to try and clean up. Fisherman's not there, and Ian calls good game.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I mean, what an absolute shutdown defense that was. You have the hut obviously is causing so much trouble for Ian. But then you have the Evo Skellies just completely
really good.
Devastating all of that push. And Ian knows that it's going to take a miracle to get game number 1.
Mega Knight built up in the back once again, but the Barb does get 1 hit. I wonder if Ian needs to get either 2 Royal Giants or maybe even 2 Mega Knights on the board and triple elixir to make
wall
this
breaker.
Happen.
And he's still eating wall breakers.
Really nice Mighty ability. Kind of just preventing damage to the right, but also cleaning up the ghost on the left at the same exact time.
Double lane pressure. This could be the end of the game, guys.
The hardest thing for Ian here is the dual lane pressure has been unrelenting.
Yeah.
And he's had no real way to control this game in both the left and right side.
Dude, Mo's playing so
That
good.
is what the change to the 3-card cycle is about. You know, it hurts Hog sometimes, but being able to have, oh my gosh, the wall breakers, but being able to have multiple Mighties on the board to defend is huge.
2 Mega Knights down, Evo Royal Ghost as well. Archie on the right hand
How's he going to defend this?
This might be it.
There's a lot on the board here. Ian might have to ignore the Miner and just go after it. E-Spirit to hit. Will the Royal Giant turn around? Mega Knight all over the place. 48 HP. Lightning in. Can the Royal Giant do it in time? Can the Royal Giant do enough? It's not going to happen. Poison down. Muhammad Light wins game number 1.
Wow.
What a game.
I mean, when I saw the double Mega Knight, I was like, this is what I was talking about. The double Mega Knight push with the Evo Ghost and Cycle.
Mo is so
did everything
good.
in his
Oh
power
my God.
in
How
order
did he
to curate
defend?
the
How did he
perfect attack
defend?
in order to try and break
How did
through
he
Mo's
defend?
stonewall defenses, but it simply wasn't enough. The damage lead, the damage disparity was far too wide in order to make it happen.
Wow. The Lightning just trying to open things up, couldn't get it done. And now Ian facing elimination, and now you have to wonder if this is where those nerves start to set in. This is
one
that
more
moment that
loss
you
and
dream
Ian's
about,
out of the
right?
tournament,
You're up against
man.
the two-time at World Finals. This is a put up or shut up moment for Ian.
Yeah, and looking at the decks here, we just see once again this version of Miner focusing on Evo Skeleton instead of Evo Ghost just for full defensive capabilities. He did it really well of utilizing his Goblin Huts to pull in stacking multiple of them on the board.
Chad, I'm sorry if y'all seen that. That was a
Lighting
gigantic
value.
booger.
And then once again, the Ice Wizard
Chad, I'm
is
sorry.
just such a menace to slow all these pushes down.
One other piece, too, is that this version now leaves Evo Royal Ghost open for Mohamed. And we know how devastating that can be. That card almost just won the matchup for Ian here. So that little change, those 1 or 2 card changes, don't just make the composition of that one moment shift, but they also do that same thing to the entire duel.
Yeah, that is a great call. I mean, the Royal Ghost Evo, it's so strong defensively, and as you saw from Ian trying to counter push with that as well, I really like that call from you, Rich, because you're so right. You always need to be thinking about not just this game, but the future of the best of 3 as well.
Well, now we have this thing we were talking about with Josh last game about sort of the rhythm of these duels is 2 beatdowns, 1 cycle, 2 cycle, 1 beatdown. That's the big question here. Now with this back to the wall, does Ian revert to playing cycle? And you have to imagine that Mo might try to cover.
You guys think Ian's going to play Hog?
I mean, Mo and his coach Allen always covering those important decks. We've seen Ian do really well with Hog Earthquake this day of the CRL. I think that he's starting to really start to lead in the comfort. The problem is I just don't even know if that's possible going against the best player in the world.
Well, looks like their decks are just about ready. Let's jump into it. Game 2.
All right, Chad, here we go.
Mohamed Light.
Here we go, chat.
We see a good luck from Ian. He's got the Cannoneer Tower. Most likely either going to be Mortar or Hyperbait, based on my knowledge. And he's got a gang, so really could be open to either.
So Ian going cycle as maybe we thought. Question is, what do Mohamed Light and Allen have
using Mortar?
ready for it?
Firecracker
God,
guards.
he's using Mortar,
It's going
chat.
to be either Hog or Roll a Giant paired with that Firecracker. Skeleton Barrel from Ian. E-Spirit is in the deck here. Wow.
And the Ghost. So we just talked about, right? Ghost not played in that previous deck as it normally would be available and
nice
in
guards.
use here.
Wow, really good guards.
Log gonna come through, kind of
Mortar
protect
Boss
the Elixir Wizard,
Bandit.
force Mohamed Light to spend more Elixir or
Full
decide
draw.
to take a hit. Mo is not too worried to take a hit on the right-hand side because he's already taken damage to the left, kind of letting Ian split up the damage to try and conserve that Elixir advantage.
What do you think Ian's looking for with the E-Wiz pick here?
You know, I think it's good versus bait. Obviously, any sort of Mighty Miner or Inferno Dragon deck, it's going to be great for. But ever since they buffed Electro Wizard, it's actually a lot stronger than people realize. And obviously, kind of using it as a secondary spell on defense can be super important.
This is crazy.
Here we go. Hog in, E-Wiz high. And this is going to shut down this Hog.
Cannoneer is pretty good against Hog, though.
Ian's starting to open up some damage here.
Yeah. Both players kind of feeling each other out, trying to figure out what's good.
I don't know, dude.
Ian's
Cannoneer's
tower
pretty good
definitely
against Hog.
starting with a little bit less HP overall and a little bit of a lead, but Mo is always taking that sort of thing into account.
Hog in, high Mortar.
I wonder if Cannoneer can shut this down. He's not sure, so he drops the Electro Wizard. Evo Ghost on the board. Can he protect that in order to get the counter push? Doesn't look like it.
The E-Wiz does a good job, though. Here we go. Fireball in, skeletons all over, Log comes down.
I'm trying to figure out what Mo's last card is. Obviously, it could be Earthquake, but he didn't use lightning previously. So that lightning could be a difference maker, although I think he'd much rather earthquake for the mortar and for the goblin gang.
Nice firecracker.
Little splash on that tower from the firecracker. Skeleton barrel opposite lane from Ian. Getting closer.
Wow, what a
to
game,
sudden
what a
death
game.
Time, and at the moment, things fairly close, about 100 HP separating on the right-hand lane.
A lot of pressure in the right-hand lane to try and punish that 6 elixir card of the boss bandit in the back. And this actually forces Ian to use a defensive Evo Mortar. That's definitely going to give Mo an edge to continue to attack and not have to worry about that on offense.
And Evo Ghost right onto the boss bandit, but Ghost gone.
Yeah, I mean,
bro,
we
this
talk about
game
mini
is so
metas
close.
in Clash Royale League. I mean, we really don't see much of boss bandit in the normal game, but the boss bandit has really shown up to be very powerful in this tournament.
And the combination of the Cannoneer and the King Tower able to work together and support these troops, doing a good job so far as Ian from keeping these hogs from connecting.
Will the Ghost clutch up? It does, and the log will drop as well, but Ian does continue his advantage, getting that Evo Skeleton Barrel drop on tower.
Some chip damage there Ian didn't want to take.
Wow, that firecracker's still alive. Wow.
Down.
Oh my god, he predicted him, and my game just lagged. Bro, Mo predicted him with the gang. YouTube, you better fucking fix yourself.
Pre-log?
And that pre-log is huge.
Wow.
Huge hits from
cycle. This might be Ian's chance to make it to game 3.
Oh my god.
Mortar cannot connect. Lightning.
He has a lightning!
Lightning really cleans up and gets
Mo's
damage
winning.
on the Princess Tower. Sorry, the Cannoneer
Mo's
tower
winning.
on the right.
Oh my god!
1483, 1694. This battle has become about the right-hand side. Fireball cycle puts this within 4. Log takes the lead for Ian.
Tesla does pull the skeleton. The fireball is in, but the lightning goes as well.
Fireball trying to create the connection.
Ian's gonna fireball.
Here. Is there a mortar? Is there an E-Wiz? Can he stop it? Oh my word! Mohamed Light holds on and wins it by 42 HP.
What in the
ever
fuck?
seen Mo so almost unhappy about winning that game? I think he's feeling for his opponent here. I really wish this could have been our grand final, but we are going to be saying goodbye to Ian 77 in CRL League 2025.
Chat, I wish that was grand finals, bro. I'm so sad that Ian already lost.
Mohamed's head with Andrew Guy.
All right, Mohamed Light, 2022, you made your lower bracket run. Obviously, you became world champion at the end of that run. What did you learn back in 2022 that made you successful here and hopefully tomorrow as well?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm just playing, and I'm a bit tired right now. Hopefully, I can get some rest before my next set.
Okay. Got to keep his secrets to himself. It's maybe one of the first times you've been in a room where the crowd was actually not rooting for you. Did that have any effect on your gameplay, hearing them pop for Ian every single time he made a play, every single time it felt like he was coming back into it?
To be honest, the headphones this year are very good, so I was not able to hear the crowd. I'm only able to hear the crowd when Alan is screaming.
That's a good coach. And lastly, that deck's been played a few times that Ian was running. It's been very successful. You and Alan kind of created that deck. Can you talk about why you guys think it's been so good in CRL 2025?
I think the main thing about the deck is that the boss bandit is really broken, and it probably should be nerfed.
You heard it!
From the GOAT.
You heard it!
From Mo Light.
Dude,
Back tomorrow.
I told you guys, bro. I never complain about the wrong shit.
Balanced team who...
You know what? I'm about to use that fucking mortar deck now. I don't give a fuck. Chat, if you heard it from Mo, bro, like, that card is just... Bro, every time somebody puts down a boss bandit, you have to overspend to take it out. Chat, I'm about to use that mortar deck right now. I'm telling you, bro, that deck is broken. Fix your green screen? Hey, bro, I'm never fixing my green screen. I've tried 80 times. The only way to do it is zoom it inside my penis. Chat, just because Mo said that, I'm going to use that deck again. This deck is broken. I told y'all, bro. Bro, the reason why I like this deck that Ian just used... I'm sad that Ian lost, but... The reason why I like this deck that Ian just used, Mo used it, Ian used it again, is like, bro, you have 3 win conditions. This deck is literally amazing. Royal Recruits. I do not have... Do I have any splash? Do I have any splash? Dude, I don't think I have a single splash card, guys. Come on. He has no elixir. Yes! Yes! Let's go, man. Bro, I can't really use my mortar anymore, though, because look, because now he can put cards on top of it. That was a good boss bandit ability to go into the biggies.
Excuse me.
Don't you know who I am? I don't have a splash card, dude. I guess just defensive mortars? Oh. Dude, I don't have a single splash card, man. Bro, this is so stupid. He just went recruits and I didn't have a splash card. I guess the pros use it because nobody uses recruits in Pro League. I guess that makes sense. What the fuck was his deck? What was that deck? Chat, what the fuck was that? Fireball? Yeah, but Fireball doesn't do anything to recruits. It just takes the shield off and then spends 4 elixir.
And do you think that it kind of plays to your strengths or to your weaknesses?
Diría que me favorece por el Ghost Evoke, que ya que él no...
I want to try another deck. Hold up. Bro, I guess you could just keep using this deck, though, because what are the odds somebody actually has recruits? If they have recruits, you just lose, though. But I don't think people really use recruits anymore. I feel like recruits is kind of just dead. Because, like, nobody uses recruits. Like, recruits roll the boss bandit, of course.
You want to win the crown from me? Really? Too slow.
Fuck. Go Giant Skelly to the back. Please do it. That's fine, too. Lock the tower mortar. Let's steal the ship. I got this, chat. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm gonna come back, chat. Don't worry. You lost me. Is he gonna Giant Skelly this? What does he have for this? Oh, Royal Ghost. Jesus. I'm gonna win this, chat, don't worry.
In and out, just like that. The crown is calling.
What the fuck? Nah, Mud. There's no way. That has to be a fucking joke. Zappies?
You want to win a crown for me? Really?
E-Giant, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I saw that as well. I mean, you know, once again, shout out to Busby. Mistakes beget mistakes.
That's right.
You don't want that to ever happen, though. That is one of the first things as a coach you ever teach a player is never let one mistake lead to another.
Absolutely, and these are two guys that have already shown us that they can kind of bounce back from their mistakes in history. Sandbox has been doing it excellent all day long, all week long.
Man!
So here we go. Adriel, Sandbox, one
All right,
stage,
the chat, lock in
one
your
go.
predictions.
And we're into it. Bull's favorite card being Royal Giant.
Bara!
I love how both of them picked their biggest rival to be Muhammad Light as well.
Of course, to beat the best, you got to beat the best.
Right.
And wondering if Sandbox is just going to go right back to what we've been seeing with that mortar deck. Maybe Ram Rider instead with the Bar Barrel. That mortar deck has been running Fireball and Log, but it does have the Skelly Barrel here. So RG, bottom of our screen.
And Sandbox
Nice
with the
E
mortar at
Spirit.
the top. The boss man just continues to dash.
And it still dashes again here. Just so much pressure from that one card. And down to one while
Chat,
Sandbox
he's
is
up.
ticking
See,
to
look.
5.
He's up
Yeah,
3
and you talk
elixir
about how the boss
just
man
from the
forced
boss
out so
bandit.
much
My
pressure.
God!
And this is where we see 6 elixir to 4. Another boss man at the bridge continuing to apply insurmountable amounts of pressure.
And I love this because while it's not trying to win the game, if you make a mistake with that little HP against the boss bandit, you will lose the game. So I love that pressure there from Sandbox, recognizing where his opponent is. They're near even with Sandbox slightly in the lead elixir-wise. Again, great pressure there. No damage done. Minute 20 down.
Yeah, and historically this matchup, you know, Mortar does really well versus the Royal Giant, but we've seen it really go either way in this tournament. I do think the boss bandit, though, does a little bit better than Skeleton King might normally, because the ability is a slightly more efficient versus the cards like Log and E-Spirit compared to the Skeleton King ability.
You know, and the Fish Boy. The Fish Boy locks on your Skeleton King. It's pulled out of the conversation, whereas the Boss Bandit, you can hit that ability, reset. Also, the DPS from the Boss Bandit, even without using that ability, just the dash and that single target DPS, all better than the Skeleton King. So Sandbox not in a terrible spot here, and he has a great ability to create pressure cheap in the opposite lane. So we'll see how he wants to let this game play out, and that's a lot of fireball value, Juice.
Yeah, Evo goes, cleans up the boss.
God,
the
what a good fireball.
Takes everything out, and now we see the counter push. This is what Evo Ghost is best at here.
Counter push coming in. Evo Ghost has to be wrangled, but you got to think about that Evo RG first. Evo Ghost still on the board, doesn't go invisible again, and you have to play that Dark Goblin close enough to where you don't get more pops there. Hunter on tower, 26-32, first lick of damage done by Adriel.
Ghost is still a threat. No skeletons in cycle for the surround, so Boss Bandit drops instead. Not the worst thing. It is going to counter push, and I like the adjustment here. Not going same lane to give Fireball value, but instead dual lane pressure to force out more Elixir on both sides.
Great set of skellies there from Sandbox to predict the Fish Boy. And that's why this Boss Bandit is wreaking havoc once again. Sandy keeping up the pressure, gonna go Evo Mortar. 4 Elixir in the tank for Adriel. Gotta use Skellies to kite. Now Boss Bandit comes down, feeling the pressure here. How's he gonna stop it? Mortar's locked. Evo Mortar is locked.
Oh my goodness.
Boss Bandit's tanking.
Fireball does hit, but the
what
Evo
a
Mortar
fireball.
gets one more connection. Boss Bandit isn't able to dash, but still, almost 1,300 damage done on the left-hand side for Sandman.
There are certain things that happen in this game. An E-Giant getting on your tower, an Evo Mortar connecting, it will turn the whole thing on a dime. Insane amount of damage there. 1775, 2591. Sandbox with the defensive mortar on the board, feeling good.
Boss Bandit back as well. Kind of slowing things down a little bit. This will give Adriel a chance to make a push, but Sandbox got quite a bit of Elixir for defense. Let's see if he can make it happen.
And that RG just eating up some Skellies, some minions, and a good counter push on the right-hand side, but has to deal with this push on the left. Fireball doesn't hit the Boss Bandit, but does hit the Evo Barrel.
E-Spear trying to clean everything, and it
Bro,
does the longer necessary. And once again, Adriel kind of showing his nerves a little bit.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Juice, that is such a great call here because now Sandbox going to keep the pressure up. A little bit of mistiming there.
And a Roll Giant Evo in the back, trying to get the dual lane push, but Sandbox knows it's time to pressure. But I also really like the slowness and the patience to just drop the Boss Man in the back and set up for defense as well.
Yeah, and you know, like we've been talking about a lot today, not having the 3-card cycle, the ability to get 2 Boss Bandits down, that is so great when you're defending against Mortar. Evo Mortar just in range there. Fireball comes in, logged to kill out the Dark Goblin, and finally a couple shots going to come in on this left-hand side as the Boss Bandit connects on the right.
Bar Barrel plus minions should be able to clean up the Evo Ghost fairly easily. Bossman is still a threat. Roll Giant drops. Oh, I don't know. I mean, maybe this works.
Skeleton soaks that shot from the Boss Bandit. Boss Bandit goes back on Sandy's side of the board. Should get 1 RG shot. Fireball in, 12:05, 18:01, 4 seconds remain.
Oh my God.
Adriel drops game number 1. Sandbox is keeping the golden run going.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, this is what I'm talking about. Sandbox taking that momentum, beating Moogie, 2-time world champion, going against Adriel, and he's saying, I don't care how well you've been performing, I'm going to use one of the most trendy, most
Adriel might lose, bro.
decks that we've had in this tournament and just abuse it to the final degree.
Where does Boss Bandit Mortar even come from?
Cat's out of the bag. Boss Bandit's a little broken, it seems. Sandbox
or he's shaking
to perfection there. Really, what it was about wasn't about the Boss Bandit getting on tower. It was about the Boss Bandit soaking Elixir.
I know, exactly. And
I love Pro League.
Like, you said it.
You never even see Boss Bandit Mortar for the rest of your life, and then Mo and Alan made it. Mo made the deck.
In the tower, a fireball comes out from Adriel to try and deal with it, but it's too late. 2 hits is all it takes to do an insane amount of damage.
Yeah, and one thing that's really tough when you look at the deck that Adriel has
That's
here, there's
fucking
not
crazy.
a lot of things to kind of kite that mortar around once the Fish Boy and the Hunter are out of cycle. Obviously,
wait, chat.
going to not do it.
Is this the last game of the day?
So you can't drop the RG down high.
Or
so
no.
you saw him trying to kite with the Spirit and with the Skellies.
There's
but
another
Evo
one?
Mortar, that Goblin's going to turn and take those Skellies off the board. Just great stuff from Sandbox.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of thinking back, you know, trying to feel
One more?
or think about like what Adriel could have done differently. But honestly, at this point, that's not what the focus should be on. You know, we're heading
refresh. Yo, bro, is it when you say refresh? Is this like rage bait? Like, is that rage bait? You're rage baiting, right? There's no way you actually like are typing refresh, right? It didn't even refresh anything.
It seems like he's starting to feel the pressure just a bit, and Sandbox has got to be riding high right now.
Also,
throughout.
even if we're like 8 seconds behind, does it even matter? Like, you're still watching, like... Muhammad Light plays... Wait, there's a... Mo plays again after this? Oh, Mo plays... the winner of this game. Wow. So Mo plays the winner of this game. Okay.
He's confident. And I'd love to see him play a deck where he feels like he can...
No, but like, here's, like, because this will drive me crazy. I actually want to know. Guys, when you're saying refresh when the stream is a second delay, what is the point of that?
How do I get 2 RGs on the board?
You're like...
So you're kind of playing...
It's not like you're watching it any fast, like...
As well against Pedro, that final game, he was trying to
Maybe because of the off chance that somebody's spoiling a half second... It's got to be rage bait.
Always with either
refresh,
control.
Refresh. You're a second behind. Refresh.
And then continue attack. We are hopping straight.
Also, if you don't want to have a spoiler, just don't put up the chat. I'm actually gonna freak out.
Here.
Refresh. That's got to be rage bait. Oh, so Mo plays the winner of this. Okay.
Feeling like it could be Hog or
bat
control.
That'll be peak.
And we see the Evo Furnace, who made an appearance yesterday, I believe, but we have not seen much here today. And the other side of it, Sandbox going comfort.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. This is what Sandbox is really known for. You know, these kind of...
this giant skeleton deck is so good.
Expensive control decks with the Zappies, with the Evo Goes, the giant skeleton block lanes, and instead of the Roll Hogs in this variation, we do see his favorite card, the Roll Giant.
Good RG.
And RG cycled in the back early on here, and talking about controlling the pace of the game. Sandbox has kind of already taken that
fish the
from
bridge.
Adriel. When you get that RG in the back, now you can see everything going down this right-hand side.
Yeah, it looks like we got the prediction on what Adriel might use here correctly. You know, how do you control the pace of the game? You use Drill, you use Miner. He's coming out with some Evo Snowball Drill. He's going to have Poison. He's going to have the Furnace to apply pressure as well. But Sandbox is doing a great job to continue to apply pressure and try and break through that.
High Mighty Miner trying to protect that Furnace. Furnace does not stay alive.
My goodness.
And as Piggy spawns to get even more damage on that right-hand tower.
Wow.
Adriel's down a game and down damage here in an elimination moment.
Mighty Miner does cross the bridge. We do see the Zappies. And I like this placement of the Zappies. Just high and centralized, kind of not allowing Adriel to go for a poison and get that tower damage.
Whoever loses this match will be sent home with $20,000, just like Ian was. Winner moves on to get at least $40,000.
Doubling the cash has got to be a big, reason to be nervous here. I don't blame them, but I mean, we talk about it, when we do interviews on like Mo, like what are you going to do with the money? He's like, I don't care about the money. I'm here to win. And that's the mindset you have to have if you're either of these players.
Absolutely. Never heard one of these pros talk about that cash prize as the driving force, but you know it's on their mind. As Sandbox has been defending very, very well, about 300 HP in the lead, opposite sides of the board.
But this is actually insane.
Fisherman, will it be able to lock on? Very common idea to take out those glass cannons with the high Fisherman. Evo Ghost, I like the idea to snipe this over the river.
And the guards
are there. There's so much going on, oh my God.
Mother Witch is there though in response. The predictive plays from Sandy. And now Mighty Miner completely useless here with the Zappies behind. Bomb Tower gonna have to put in all the work.
A really strange placement of the bomb tower, and the RG does get one shot because of that.
You'd think the Mighty Miner stays alive, maybe a little higher, right, Juice?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, higher to try and keep the Mighty alive, or even more centralized to just let the RG have to walk a little bit further. Either way, Sandbox keeps up the pressure, and Adriel is forced to use the Evo Snowball. That's never what you want to do.
And you're running out of time.
Yeah.
It's okay to maybe use it a little bit earlier in the game, but you've only got 90 seconds left. You're down in damage. That's going to be the best
Sandbox
offensive
is
weapon
looking
that you
good.
have. Again, we talked about controlling pace. Sandbox has been doing that the whole game, while Adriel is rocking the deck that should be doing that for him.
Yeah, it really just seems like he's struggling to defend. He's kind of falling apart at the seams. And, how long is it going to take for him to get that Evo Snowball back in cycle so you can break through the Ghost here?
I'll tell you right now, Juice, it can't take more than 70 seconds, as that's the line that we've just crossed. 1 minute and 5 remains. Adriel fighting for his life. The MVP of day one, as many called him, looking at elimination already.
3 Snowball and Poison, but the General Jerry gets pushed back so that the Evo Skeleton Army defends everything despite the prediction.
And that one Zappy stays alive, finally gets taken out by the bomb tower. Mighty Miner up high here to clean up the RG. Another set of Zappies down. More damage coming in here from the Pigs. Adriel cannot figure out a way to get on offense, defend, and deal with the Mother Witch. There we go. Wow. That's actually a lot of damage.
Yeah, damage is coming through, and all of a sudden with 25 seconds, it's a very close
Holy
game.
shit.
And I will remind you, Andrew, the Evo Snowball is finally in cycle.
If you know that, Juice, we wonder if Sandbox is able to keep that in mind with all this going on. High bomb tower, now that giant skeleton is going to take it out, but not enough time for another RG, is there? There might be, going to bait out the drill. Drill's on the other side
Poison.
of the board. Evo Snowball.
Wait, it's going to be close. It's going to be close.
Adriel needs to figure out how to get some damage on tower, and Sandbox does it into the sweep by the South Korean.
Sandbox versus Mo.
I cannot believe what I've just witnessed. I cannot believe it. I think Adriel had it in the bag. If he used
this is insane, bro. It's like every 10 minutes we lose another player, bro.
With the Evo Snowball.
Adriel's out just like that.
Elixir. I think he was playing
Sandbox versus Mo. Mods run the predictions. Holy shit. Yo, that giant skeleton deck is so fucking
tower
good,
in
Chad.
time or not.
That deck
decides to use his best offensive weapon. AC, let's talk to Sandy about the best day maybe in his career.
Congratulations, Sandbox. That was an incredible set. Your RG games are always perfection. How does it feel to make day number 3?
일단 승리 축하드리고요. 이제 3일차로 진출해 주셨는데 소감 어떻습니까?
많은 헤이터들이 저의 실력을 많이 깠는데 증명할 수 있어서 굉장히 행복한 것 같습니다.
I think there were many moments that it challenged me every steps during the game, but I'm very glad that I'm happy to prove myself.
And so, you've been an underdog in some of these games. Does that affect you in any way? And how great is it to prove that you belong?
어떻게 보면은 아직 좀 약자처럼 취급해줄 수 있지만 이제 여기까지 왔단 말이죠. 이제 왔는데 이거에 대한 이제 제가 당연히 여기 왔다 이런 느낌 드시는지 아니면 뭐 다른 느낌이 드시는지.
이번 연도 연습을 굉장히 많이 했기 때문에 당연한 결과라고 생각합니다.
I think I practiced a lot this year, so I think I deserve to be here.
He absolutely does. The best RG player in the world. Give it up one more time for Samba!
And now guaranteed a 4th place finish at minimum, and a minimum of $40,000.
Mo versus Sandbox, let's go!
Now made this the best World Finals in his career. Juicy, that was such a clean set by him.
I know. He played so well. He capitalized on his opponent's mistakes. And I just agree with what he said at the end there. He does deserve to be here. He's been my dark horse pick for this tournament for a reason.
True.
He's been grinding. He's very versatile. And I feel like his playstyle really plays in to this meta.
Yeah, and you know, you called it in game number 1. It felt like Adriel was making some nervous mistakes. And I really love that Sandbox goes, not only Evo Royal Ghost, one of the strongest cards in the game right now, but he goes right to Comfort. And that Mother Witch was causing so many problems throughout that entire second game.
Yeah, it's so true. I mean, the prediction on the guards did a great job, but even on defense for the drill, it's always a threat to spawn.
Chat, Mo versus Sandbox, who do you got?
Always overspending
Who do
to
you
go for
got?
Poison, and that just allows Sandbox to apply even more
Fuck
pressure.
vapors. Chat, it's not a vape break, bro.
The game for Adriel in this set. We saw it in game 1, throwing logs when he didn't need it. Just not quite efficiently using that elixir, which we all know is the key to victory from those Clash Royale notes. And so while Adriel is sent home with a nice check of 20K, you could see our 4 Cal Sub, Pedro, best friends in the upper bracket having to face off against one another. And then down below.
Wait, there's only 4 players left?
Against the GOAT, trying to make it to the first ever 3-time world champion. And this is an incredible showing for the Brazilians, for Mo, for the South Koreans. This is just such a great day for all these guys.
Yeah, I mean, last year we talked all about the Battle of Brazil, and now this is the true battle here. When I was interviewing Pedro, he said, you know, it means a lot to be the best from his country. So I think he's going to be going all in.
Bro.
On the other hand, you know, Sub.
Next match is in 6 minutes. That means I have time for another battle. Chat, there's only 4 players left, dude. This is sad, bro. If Mo wins, he'll be in the top 3. Yeah. All right, chat. This is the deck I'm going to be using, bro, right here, man. It is coming up right here, guys. This deck looks really nice. A lot of pros been using this deck, bro. Chat, I'm going to remember to move my camera back, all right? I got y'all. All right. Let's use this deck, bro. I've seen a lot of pros using it. It looks very good. I used it once, and I won. Let's see if we can go 2-0, man. This deck is very good defensively because you have, like... the Zappies. And then you also have the Mother Witch. Just have a bunch of stuff. This guy's using Mo's deck, I think. Yeah, this is Mo's deck. I'm gonna go Fisherman in the back. And then I think I'm gonna go I might just Royal Giant the bridge, y'all. Cause he has no Goblin Hut. That's a lot of damage. He got back. What? Bro, how did he get back to Goblin Hut already, dude? How did he get back already? Alright, I gotta start thinking here. If this guy's using Goblin Hut, I don't know how I'm gonna break through, man. Maybe Mother Witch the bridge could be really good because she can flip the spears into pigs and then DPS the hut. Flip those. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Doing it for the fans.
I'm gonna win the Shadow War. King over here. It's a massive push, chat. Shout out Ninja.
Doing it for the fam.
Chat, I don't know what to do, guys. Is that a bad hut? fuck was that noise? All right, chat. Mo versus Sandbox. This is it, bro. Winner makes it to the final day. Loser goes home. Winner makes it to the top 3.
And his opponent has been here before. The king of lower bracket runs, the pharaoh of Clash Royale.
Let's go, Mo!
To number 3, Mohamed Light.
This is gonna be crazy, man. Mohamed Light trying to get his 3rd world championship. Let's see what he can do. If he wins this, all the rest of the games are BO5.
Into the fire. No rest for the wicked as Mo Light.
So, like, kind of what I was saying, bro. In a best of 5, he's almost impossible to beat. So, this is his last best of 3. If he wins this, he's going to be in a really good position to win.
0-2 to Mohamed Light.
Because
Since
losers
then,
bracket
he's
finals
gone on a run
is best
here
of
in the
5,
lower
winners bracket finals
taking
is
out
best of
Sam,
5, and grand finals
Moogie,
best of 5.
Adriel, and now going up against the GOAT himself in Mo Light. He looks like a man reborn.
Yeah, I mean, Sandbox, look, that's a gauntlet right there. I mean, you do not want any of those players. I mean, even doing that on ladder is going to be kind of annoying. To do that on the world stage, getting those guys and then beating all of them to make it to Mohamed Light, there's so much respect that needs to be given to Sandbox. I mean, that is unbelievable. You
This is
shouldn't
crazy,
be able
chat.
to beat all those guys in succession.
The only
Run
man
predictions.
that's had his number this entire weekend. Can Sandbox turn
I
that
already
story around? His
refreshed!
there with those Korean signs.
Dumbass!
That's the case. But a tall order, a tired Mohamed Light.
I already
looks like he's
refreshed.
Dialed in and maybe even almost a little bit annoyed he has to be in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, Mohamed Light, you know, he's annoyed, but at the same time, it doesn't really matter to him. As long as he has a fighting chance, he's going to be able to throw all those haymakers. And, I mean, this is going to be just such a phenomenal matchup. Sandbox, just absolutely on fire. Mohamed Light on the other side, just absolutely a beast.
Yeah,
This is big,
it's
chat.
so
Best of
difficult
3.
now to think about making decks against Mohamed.
Chat,
Light. You
best
know that
of
he's gonna
3,
be looking
y'all.
for RG, him and Alan are after the dominance was there from Sandbox. Sandbox also ran the same deck that Mo Light created. Well, an off version. He dropped the E-Wiz, pulled in the Dark Goblin, I believe. Or no, the Skellies, I think is what it was
yeah,
instead.
he had the Dark Goblin, yep.
But here
Best
you
of
see
3,
Mohamed
chat.
Light,
The winner makes it to
85%,
final
Sandbox
day.
15%. But as we all know, Sandbox being the underdog hasn't affected him all weekend. The self-confidence, knowing that he can do it, the confidence that he gets from his coach, from his fans. He is on a roll right now, AC. What does he need to do? What do you do in this situation when
Final
you're going
day,
up against
chat.
the greatest of all time, fighting for 3rd place?
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot that you have to figure
lot.
out right there. And I feel like he went way quicker than I would have. I would have taken all the time in the absolute world. But I mean, look, Sandbox is a brilliant player. I consider him either top 2, top 3 best RG players. I'd like to see RG in one of these games.
Let's see what we said here in the caster's booth. Did any of us break away? Did Juicy break away? That's what I really want to know. AC going Mo Light. I went Mo Light. I'm assuming Rich might have switched it too. He also likes to, be the dark horse pick. We all did it. Okay. Well, Sandbox has done some incredible stuff over the last couple days. Doesn't seem to change our opinion or the audience's opinion. And I want to elaborate on something that you just said a second ago. He didn't take all the time. So, obviously we have a set time in between matches here, but when you have to go back-to-back matches, they're allowed a little bit extra time. Sandbox did not take all. Hey, big shout out there to some Supercellians and Donald there. A lot of love for those guys here representing Clash Royale for Supercell. Love to see them in the crowd. But Sandbox, as you said, he didn't take the fully allotted time that you're allowed between games when you go back-to-back. I love that level of confidence.
This is it, boys.
Yes, I love it. So many players would have taken
This
all the
is
time
it.
in the world. But look, if you
Last
know you
game
have
of the day.
3, 4, 5 different decks, it feels like he knows that
If
he's
Mo
going in
wins,
with 5 decks total. And it's like these
he
5,
makes
I can
it
beat whoever's in front of me. I'm going to try
to the
and
top
use
3
this in the correct way where I get the right
where
matchup,
it will only
but
be
it
best of
doesn't matter.
5s.
I'm Sandbox. I'm going to beat whoever's in front of me.
Well, let's see if he can pull off.
Come on, Mo!
His run here. Can he complete the trifecta of world champions?
3-time world champion
Sandbox,
this
Mo
weekend.
Light, lower bracket, 3rd, 4th place. Let's go.
Fire Spirit gets the jump with the Goblin Stabs and towers that at 2485. A phenomenal, I mean, you take a
nice
look at
Firecracker.
the
Nice!
Barrel Fire Spirit guards.
Gary! Go, Gary, go!
Instead, he's receiving a lot of damage. And a 200
I think Mo's using Hog Rider, chat.
Tower activation for
Pretty sure.
Cal Sandbox.
Wallbreaker split in the back. Sandbox definitely going away from what he usually plays. Gets the vines in. Damage kind of done there. Would have loved a little bit more, but Mo doing a great job of, you know, this is so funny. We actually had a conversation with Molite earlier today about how he is so good at knowing exactly where barrels are and the mind games that come with that. Sandbox already throwing to left. Mo there catching with a card instead of having to use his barb barrel.
Yeah, pretty aggressive vines right there, but gets a lot of damage. Dark Goblin again going in with these incredibly aggressive vines. And look, what we're seeing in CRL is aggression is okay. You can be aggressive, and we're not really used to that from previous years.
And Mo a little frustrated.
I don't have a good
you can
feeling
see by
about
the
this.
aggression that is being thrown his way, but the lack of counter push and the lack of elixir lead that you would hope to get when your opponent is that defensive. Mo's taking a lot of damage. He doesn't have anything to show for it at the moment. And the double barrel in, plus the wall breakers.
And again, getting aggressive, and again, both hitting. Berserker going crazy on the right side. We can't even talk about that because the left side is down to 11-15.
And you see kind of a gasp on Mo's face and a gasp from the crowd here. Just taking so much damage here as we tick in to the final minute of regulation. Aggressive Fire Spirit at the bridge baits out the Evo Tesla because he can't take more damage.
I mean, this is just a new way to play this matchup. Here we go, Muhammad Light trying to reset. We're in double elixir, and that's going to be a very expensive play, but he's able to catch everything. The Dark Goblin and the Cannon.
Oh yeah, Mo! Oh yeah, Mo! Oh yeah, Mo! Oh yeah, Mo! Another one! Another one!
Second shot on tower, 1239.
Come on, Mo!
Another Hog Rider.
Get the lightning ready!
Should be nice cleanup here for Sandbox. A bit of an overspend.
He does not have a big spell.
Great vines.
Right there. Bar
Come on, Mo!
Perfectly predict, gets the Goblin
Barrel. Come on, Mo! What a comeback!
Still has the lead, but what was
He's so talented.
is now down to 100.
12:39, 11:15. Now getting into overtime. Sandbox thinking about keeping pressure up in the opposite lane. Berserker and Dark Goblin working down the right-hand side.
Come on, Mo.
Barrel goes left on the inside. Mo can see it
Bad
from a mile away.
vines.
Yeah, I believe that was just one tile too far into the middle. It made
that.
it a little bit too obvious. Firecracker plus E-Spirit going to be able to block one of the wall breakers from getting into the
Mo,
tower,
yes!
enough. Evo Valk on defense.
Just lightning
now,
chip,
after
Barb Barrel,
such
the
a
Goblin
strong
Barrel,
start,
GG.
Muhammad Light takes the lead.
Yeah, evening things up is Mo, and right
Yes.
back on offense. Going to have to use the
Yes.
lines up high. Sandbox
Yes!
knows that's going to line up
Lightning!
the Firecracker.
Yes!
He's gonna get on
Yes!
the
Yes!
Sandbox.
Yes!
Muhammad Light finishes
Bro.
it.
Who else do you know can come back from being down 1,500 damage by a fucking pro?
He turned it on. He
Let's
understood
go!
what he was supposed to do. He's not going to place too many troops together. He's going
Yeah,
to
one more game.
over-defend at
One
certain
more.
times. Sometimes it was a mighty
One more.
plus bar.
One more game and he makes it to finals, bro. Final day.
Used to doing, and I just love
Come
the
on,
fact
Mo,
that he was able to figure it out.
Who else do
was
you know is
a
coming
new
back
way to
like
play
that,
the
man?
matchup.
And this is where things get really tough. Not only does Sandbox's coach like to go beat down after dropping game one, Sandbox also obviously a great RG player. That is his comfort. And that's something that you do not want to have to play right now. You don't want to have to go to RG. You don't want to have to be predictable.
I'm so happy he won.
Being down a game. He
needs to win one more game, chat.
But that means his opponents are going to
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm just so scared about best of threes because Mo already lost a best of three. Bro, best of fives, he's not losing this shit. Trust. This is the last best of three. He just has to close this shit out, and then tomorrow is only best of fives where he just will not lose.
So they will run.
Yeah, I mean, Sandbox, it's definitely a new way to play the game. I thought it was so incredibly aggressive in the first 2 minutes. Those vines, every single time, it just caught him by surprise, caught him lacking. And once it got into double elixir, that's when Muhammad Light was really able to turn it on. I think the matchup advantage is probably like very favorable for Muhammad Light. We saw once it hit double elixir, he could just build those pushes, get those lightnings down. I mean,
win
Lightning
number
really
6,
is kind of the unsung hero that we've seen this tournament.
I mean, absolutely. There's been so many times we've been talking about how the player wishes they may have had Lightning at their disposal, how that would have made the matchup that much better. And Sandy running this deck that is very popular on ladder right now, but it's a little bit different. It has Evo Royal Ghost, it has Rascals. He decided to go Evo Valkyrie, maybe trying to save Evo Royal Ghost for later on in this lineup, not trying to burn all the best cards in game number 1. Again, I really enjoy that he went with going a bit unpredictable, and I love the aggression, but you imagine he's going to hold some pause now going into game number 2.
Yeah, I really like the Evo Ghost call. I think Evo Ghost would have, I mean, really worked wonders, especially if you're going to get as crazy as you were in that game. Maybe that would have been just a little bit better. You still have the Berserker. We've talked about, you know, if you don't have a ton of tanks with these kind of bait quick cycle decks, but I like getting crazy. You're going against Muhammad Light. You have to
game 2, chat. Come on, man.
Yeah, and Sandbox there at the end of the game just making a few
he just needs to win
one
more, bro.
Allowing that Firecracker, Evo or not, to connect on tower. Can he turn it around in game 2? Or will be sent home as 4
one
in the
more
world,
win for Mo. Come on, Mo.
Continues his lower bracket run. Game 2, final match of the day. And a high Archer Queen to start. And the aggression doesn't stop in game 2 for Sandbox. Poison on Valk, poison on the Hut, Queen ability in, down just 1 elixir. Mo cycles a Snowball.
I think Mo's
Snowball
using
forces
drill.
out the Ice Spirit from Sandbox to protect the tower.
He's
Ice
Goblin
Spirit
Drill,
plus
right?
Miner not going to get any damage because of the brilliant Berserker placed just in time by Muhammad Light.
Yeah.
And again,
Drill
we're
versus
seeing
Miner
Drill plus the Bomber forces out the Barbell on defense on the Bomber. And the Ghost plus Skellies, that's going to be a little bit of damage. 1 little Goblin Stab on top of the tower, getting it down to 2852.
Come on, Mo.
And Royal Ghost working down the left-hand side. Can't catch it once again. Berserker to the right, Valk to the left. Yeah, very interesting for Sandbox to just go minor poison control here, thinking that he can outplay Mo in the micro. And he does have some good responses for the Drill, the Barrel, the Skellies, the Ice Spirit, the Royal Ghost, all going to be great ways to kind of keep it at bay. And of course, the Miner, always going to be hard to pick up, but some good responses for Muhammad Light. Bomber doesn't get the second shot, so it is going to force out another card in response. Berserker comes down. Sandbox is going to try and clean that up nicely. And an interesting Goblin Hut, placing it as high as he did. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I think that's just another thing that I'm learning. I get it. You're trying to get a little bit aggressive and get some more value that you usually don't. So I like the play. I really do. Yeah, you're hoping that you're Spear Goblins. And there it is. We talked about this play yesterday when AC and I were when Juicy and I were on broadcast. That's the play. You go Drill, you go Rocket, takes the Ghost out of play, and then you get the Evo Snowball in. I love that they just pulled that off after we talked about it yesterday. See Muhammad Light a little bit upset. One of the interactions not going his way. Most of the other ones doing so, though, and both towers.
Holy crap, this game is so close.
I mean, really, that's okay if you're Muhammad Light. The Drill plus the Rocket, that's an easy 1200 HP worth of damage once he gets the triple elixir. And
nice!
Very aggressive. A lot of these Drill Rocket players
God, he's so good with
but he knows how good his defense is, and he's okay with doing it. 16,
he's so aggressive, I love it.
Knows that the Bar Barrel or Skellies, anything that gives Rocket value is going to come down there with the Royal Ghost on the opposite side of the board. 21-13, 16-70. Is the same lane the way to go for the rest of this bout for both these guys, AC? Yeah, I think you have to, but it really is close. I'm surprised that he went Archer Queen opposite lane, but I believe it's getting a lot of value. Should be able to get 2 swings on top of the tower, and we are going to see that. I mean, Sandbox putting in a lot of work, getting a lot of pressure on these towers. Really nice Ice Spirit just a moment ago from Mo, right as the Archer Queen popped her ability. And that should be a reset. Couple shots in, 3 shots in on that left-hand side.
Thank God.
And things are even once again.
I thought she was going to go invisible.
Right the back. The Valkyrie went to the back. And the Royal Ghost gets on tower. And that's going to happen again, getting the tower down to 647. And Sandbox screams back into this battle, almost eliminated, now in the lead. Muhammad Light, it would have been better not to place a troop at that point, getting the tower down to 463. Evo Valk not understanding its priorities
And right there, Snowball gonna provide a little bit of value, but 1390, 463, this is looking like it's insurmountable.
Nice pause there on the Skelly's, making sure he doesn't give Mo too much value. Drill goes to the front. Hut's there,
No.
AQ's there. Rocket comes in, Poison goes out. 50 seconds remain. This is a foot race, and Sandbox has the lead.
Right there, Miner forces out the Snowball. It is gonna activate King Tower. Very nice looking play, and technically there's still some sort of opportunity.
That Hut being used now, knowing that his opponent is happy to rocket away, but he has the lead, is such an interesting way to defend. But it really paints Mo into a tough spot. And there you go. We're going to game 3. And the crowd rooting for the underdog.
It is amazing the storylines that Grit created over these tournaments, and
Chat,
Sandbox,
it comes
he's
down to the
always gonna have
last
his fans.
game.
There's a lot of people that love him before this tournament. He's one of the OGs. He's been here for a while, but it's so nice to see new fans recognize what they're seeing in front of them. And that's
It comes down to the last game, bro.
Fans, when you pull off what he has done this weekend, and you can hear the cheers have gotten louder and louder and louder for him every
Comes down to
next
the final
that he
game.
shows up. And that was such a beautiful comfort. I mean, it looked like he was dead in the water.
Yeah. And I was saying on broadcast, yeah, I wouldn't go opposite lane. Why would you do that? And oh, that's why, because you get to create so much pressure. I mean, it was the split lane pushes. You have the Archer Queen. I mean, the push was Archer Queen. That's all it was.
Yep.
And that was enough to just create havoc.
You know, maybe in a normal situation or in some situations, it might be better to go in that same lane, but I think Sandbox was recognizing
Whoever wins
there
this
was
makes
no
it to
way
the top
to
3
to
tomorrow. Whoever
surpass
loses
what
is
had been
out.
going on. It was
It's
unsurmountable.
the last
So
best
what
of
do you do?
3
He
of
starts
the
going
entire
opposite
tournament.
lane, hoping that
Bro,
maybe
I low-key hate best of 3s. If there's going to be an event that's a World Finals and it happens once a year, I don't think there should ever be a best of 3. If you're actually trying to find the best player in the world. You know what I mean?
Right, that bait deck that he ran in game number 1 usually
I feel
has
like
that Evo
the
ghost.
skill gap in a best of 5 is like way bigger than a best of 3 because you have to just be able to. Your deck selections has to be so deep at that point, and like the thing is, Mo would probably just win every BO5 then.
That was the top 3 play because, I mean, everything that's on the line right there, and you're going to be able to pull that off. I mean, just beautiful.
And the Evo Valk is going to be the perfect.
I
team
hope
of
Mo wins
everything
this,
that was
bro.
Coming down the lane, but it just needed to be
Fuck
a few
this
tiles
intense, chat.
higher. Evo Royal Ghost
Best
on
of
tower,
3 coming
Poison
to the
Rocket
third
race
game.
throughout, and I really liked again what Sandbox was doing. He goes, okay, you're gonna drill. I'm gonna play the Goblin Hut in front of the tower.
At least
You're
there's a
gonna rock
losers
it,
bracket,
no matter
but
what,
I
that
hate
snowball
best of
isn't
3,
gonna be
bro.
as impactful. The Evo Snowball isn't gonna do its job.
I just
then
feel
can
like
defend
the game
cheaply
is too
throughout, whether it's,
random to do
you know,
best of
and
3.
The Ice Spirit and then the late Skelly. Sandbox had a few times where he kind of waited for the very last second for Mo to respond.
So chat, Mo can't use Hog Lightning. He also can't use Drill Rocket. Oh, dude, I think Mo's just going to use Minor Poison Wall Breakers, huh? Chat, y'all think he's just going to use Minor Poison Wall Breakers? Nah, it's not really cope, bro. I agree with it, like anyone who would say this. Like, I just think like the skill gap is bigger in a best of 5 than a best of 3 because you have to have more. Oh my god, last
Everything
game.
on the line. Game 3 underway.
Game 3, chat, lock the fuck in.
Mohamed Light.
Mohamed Light, the only former world champion left in the mix.
It's Minor Poison
The
Wall
only
Breakers.
person able to get that
No, it's not.
championship. Does it come to an end here?
Why did Sandbox smile?
Does Sandbox make this the greatest run
Heel?
of his career? It already has been.
Nice little Fire Spirit going to be able to hop onto the Inferno Dragon.
Why did
and the
Sandbox
Fisherman.
smile?
And does
Oh,
he get any
God.
time? He doesn't, but this is an
Oh.
interesting interaction.
Things getting a little ugly here for Mo. That Executioner is taking the snowball, and that's going to get on tower, and I think he still has a dash. He still has a dash.
Right there, Boss Bandit chipping away at the tower. 3 shots, almost a 4th. Gets the tower down to 1657. Perfection of a start for Sandbox. How does he want to respond to the Inferno Dragon? You knew it was going to be a great response. Guards forcing out a 2 elixir log, so 1 elixir to stop that Inferno Dragon.
And the Inferno just gets a little sizzle on that tower. 4 cards played for Sandbox, and the tower was already down to 1600. Guards come out as the 5th. He takes a lick of damage, 2976.
It looks like it's over, Chad. I don't know.
Working in the same lane.
That was the
Heal
worst start
Spirit
ever.
in both decks. Wow.
We are probably not going to see that for a while. Sandbox pretty low, though, and you see him shake his head because, I mean, this is a lot coming down the lane. These Heal Spirit decks, as funky as they are, they can put in work, especially with this Inferno Dragon.
Please.
I think Mo just recognized Sandbox spent a little too much, and that is a perfect lightning.
Mo's up 5.
Down a lot
Bro,
of
Mo's
elixir.
up 5 elixir.
Sandbox. Ticking to 8 is Mo, ticking to 4 is Sand. How does Mo want to punish?
Yeah, luckily going into double elixir, so not the end of the world for Sandbox, but definitely not a good situation either. And both of these players just coming up with something new.
Talk about that lightning being a lifesaver, Josh. That was such a great lightning time by Sandbox to stop what would have been a tower-taking push. And the Evil Royal Ghost gets kited over to the right-hand side, and I don't know if that's what Mo wanted. RG down, 6 elixir to defend. Boss Bandit making work on the right-hand side still.
Yeah, and I don't know what he has.
Oh my God.
Come
on, Mo! Come on, Mo! Come on, Mo, you're the best! Come on, you're the fucking best!
And Sandbox is now
How does he come back every time?
Situation as game number 1.
I mean, these Boss Bandits, they're
You're the
good,
greatest,
but
Mo! Come on!
That's the problem with the 6 elixir card. As good as it
Nice
is,
Heal
as much value
Spirit.
as it gets, sometimes it's just not enough in this game. It's just difficult. He's not setting up the right pushes. Muhammad Light is
I can't watch this, bro.
controlling the arena after that opening start.
Yes.
And now
Go invisible, go invisible, Ghost.
Clean things up. Ram Rider finally comes down to slow the RG. This should be
One.
a relatively nice.
Give him
cleanup.
one.
Goes for the zappies in the middle. Mo plays with the left-hand side.
Why did the Royal
Great
Giant not
defensive
shoot?
play there
I'm about
by
to freak
Mo.
out.
You almost wonder if Mo is nodding his head because he respected the prediction or if he was just happy it didn't work out. And right there, Zappies plus Ghost. Ghost is going to disappear and respawn with a little bit more.
Come on, Mo.
There it is.
Fireball that.
Now needs to
Game.
stop this RG.
Game. That's game.
Yesterday.
No.
Evo. Oh, and it still gets a shot in.
Come on, Mo.
Furnace.
Please.
This is
Please.
This should do it.
Yes. 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 He's the greatest.
Comes to an end from the GOAT.
You're the fucking GOAT. You're the GOAT.
The fans on their feet.
Oh my
Loving
God.
This moment. Respect on the stage between these two great competitors. And while Sandbox is probably happy about how today went,
Another 1,500 damage comeback. He's the GOAT.
will run. Mo was tired earlier. Rich, tell me how he's feeling now.
Mohammed,
You're the GOAT, bro. You're the
seemingly just addicted to the lower bracket, and you keep on running through here. Now, I saw something people didn't. After your loss in the previous round, you had a short conversation with your mom over on the side, who I know is your biggest supporter. Can you share with us any of what that conversation was like?
Well, she just wanted to make sure that I eat something before the next game. And, well, she got me some chips, and I guess it helped.
All right, let's give it up for Mo's mom. Come on. That's a good mom. That's a good mom. We all know
W
it.
Mom.
I want to ask you about Game 3 here, because you came out with this Royal Giant deck with the Inferno Dragon.
Bro, how
and
does
Heal
he come
Spirit,
back,
and Sandbox
dude?
got a little
Oh my
smile and nod. You didn't see it in the first opening seconds. What was behind that deck pick for Game 3?
I shouldn't say this, right? Right? Should I say why I picked the deck?
Okay, your coach is saying no, which makes me want to know. All right, I'll ask Alan later behind the deck. You've been here before so many times. Tomorrow is the World Championship, and you have your back against the wall.
Tomorrow's the last day,
What do you do
Chad.
tonight to get ready to come out and try to go for championship number 3?
I think the most important thing for me is to sleep well and eat well before the match, because before subs game I got some food, but this food was very bad, so I didn't eat it. So I was hungry, so I didn't play very well. So I'll make sure to be well fed.
All right, well, you know he'll eat well because Mama Light will take care of him. Everybody, one more time, Mohammed Light.
The best thing about being the GOAT is you could just say whatever you want on the stage and everybody's gonna eat it up. And yeah, big shout out to Mama Light over there making sure her boy's fed, and that feeding did well here. As
Wait, that's
Sandbox
Riley! Chat, that's Riley right there! Chat! That's Riley!
came out and just punched him in the mouth almost every single one of those games.
Dude,
we've talked about
that's the first time I've
weekend,
seen him
how
on the
aggression has
camera.
paid off a lot of the time. But you're talking about going up against Muhammad.
Chad, did y'all
Like,
see
if
him?
You're gonna be aggressive. You gotta be smart. And Sandbox found himself wanting for Elixir numerous times.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he won the first 3
Dude,
rounds.
Mo
but,
is
it's a
so
6-round game,
disgustingly
Muhammad Ali
good.
was able to bring it.
Bro, when a pro player is up 1,500 damage on you, you just lose, bro. But he came back twice.
Heal Spirit in both decks. I thought that was just so interesting. Muhammad Light coming in with the RG Heal Spirit Zappies. Man, I almost want to say it's a little bit selfish to not hear the inner thoughts, the inner workings of those two working together, because I mean that deck in game number 3 is just so brilliant.
Well, yeah, and you got to talk about the coaching once again. We've shouted out Alan as Alan's been shouting out in the crowd. But one of the biggest things about this is Alan knows GameSaver likes to run Grinchspan.
Oh my God,
in game 3.
top 3.
And that's a version of what we saw there. So not only maybe
Chad,
having his
the
number,
last
but playing
day
through
is
it
tomorrow,
was Mo Light
dude.
and his coach together.
Will he
That was
become a
just an
3-time
exceptional
world champ?
Best of 3, a great way to end their day. And then there were 3, the best friends in the upper bracket, and the GOAT lurking down below, looking for championship number 3. A lot of money to be given away tomorrow. We have our big prizes, the $200,000 prize, the $100,000 prize, and of course, the $50,000 prize. Every single match is worth so much. And while today was a wonderful day for some, a lot were sent home. Igor,
Dude, 7
Vitor,
people lost
Lucas,
today.
Moogie, Adriel, Ian, and now finally Sandbox, after his Cinderella run here in 2025, takes a seat and will be in the crowd tomorrow.
Sub, Pedro, Muhammad Light left. I mean, Pedro, obviously, we've seen him finish top 3 before. Sub, we've seen him finish so well last year at the previous World Finals, and then Muhammad Light, we don't. I mean, come on, he's just it's a constant. He's just there all the time.
And Sub may be the scariest man in the mix right now after what we saw him do against Mo Light earlier today. Obviously, Mo Light is still the absolute best in the world, and we saw him come back in that set. Even though he took game 1, still able to fight through it. AC, we're back same time, same place tomorrow. Any closing thoughts from you on this spectacular day 2?
Yeah, I mean, another huge shout out to the city of Atlanta putting together this incredible event. This has been absolutely wonderful. I mean, and I just have to give so much props to these pros. So time and time again, it's like, okay,
finally Sandbox.
So chat, here is what needs to happen tomorrow. Okay. At the start of the stream, Sub and Pedro are going to play each other in a best of 5. Whoever loses that will play against Mo in the lower bracket finals, which will be a best of 5. If Mo wins that, which he probably will, he will have to be in a best of 5. Like, let's hypothetically say Sub wins, right, and beats Pedro. Mo would have to beat Pedro in a best of 5, and then Sub would basically have 2 lives because he hasn't lost yet. So Mo would have to beat him in a best of 5 and then another best of 5. Which, like, bro, I'm telling you, like, if I had to, like, put my life on one person, I would still put it on Mo, even considering, like, he basically can't lose a single time, and both those guys can lose once. It's going to be cinema, bro. It's literally going to be cinema, chat. Clutterfunk. Chat, listen. I'm not getting on Clutterfunk. Chat, I'm not getting on Clutterfunk until Monday. Monday, chat. No, it's not yes, you are. Monday, I'm getting on Clutterfunk, okay? Chat, we beg. Chat, I'm gonna get on it, bro. Boo. Chat, I'm getting on Clutterfunk on Monday. Zoink is gonna be coaching me, and I'm also gonna have that challenge set up for Zoink, all right? That's gonna be peak, okay? Chat, oh yeah, I already said this earlier, but a lot of y'all probably weren't in the stream 5 hours ago. Chat, on Monday, we got a special stream, bro. Zoink is going to be coaching me to beat Clutterfunk, and then after that, I'm giving Zoink a challenge where I will give him $1,000 if he can beat every single Rob Top level of Geometry Dash with 1 life. He only has 1 life. He has to beat level 1 through 24 without dying a single time. If he does that, I give him $1,000. Chat, I'm off tonight because I'm probably going to go to the gym, bro. It's like 9. I want to go to the gym. I haven't gone to the gym in like 2 days, bro. I've been slacking because I've been up late. Chat, I'm off. I'm going to be back tomorrow. Obviously, we're streaming every day for 365 days straight. Tomorrow is going to be CRL Grand Finals. I already explained everything. The stage is set, guys. Mo has to win 3 consecutive BO5s. He cannot afford to lose a single one. He needs to win 3 consecutive BO5s. Ciao, see y'all boys tomorrow. Love you. God first. God bless. W stream in the chat. You said you'll push. I will push tomorrow. All right? Love y'all boys, chat. Peace out. Have an amazing, beautiful, fantabulous day. And I'll see you tomorrow.